Chapter 12:16. The woman in the flame had a blue pupil in her right eye. Although it was as deep as the abyss, it gave people a feeling of emptiness. The pupil in her left eye was blood red, surging with an incomparably turbulent breath. In the eyes of the cloaked man, the danger contained in this eye was thousands of times more powerful than the entire eruption of the Nightmare volcano. The woman walked towards the cloaked man step by step as if she was walking on invisible stairs. With every step she took, the golden patterns on her body began to fade a little, and the cracks on the ground beside the cloaked man became deeper. The hand that was holding the withered wooden staff also tightened because of some kind of pressure. Blood constantly dripped into those cracks, as if it was summoned by some kind of force, and emitted a bloody light full of destructive breath. When she walked to the opposite side, her skin was no different from ordinary people. It looked crystal clear. The dancing fiery red hair gradually returned to blue. The burning flame in her left eye was converged into the pupil, but there was a faint, bloody light. The blue pupil became more and more empty. She was wearing a golden red armor, and the cloak behind her was fluttering in the flame. Her whole person was filled with a kind of enchanting beauty, like a witch who walked out of the abyss. The cloaked man's whole body was trembling extremely violently. His skin also cracked with blood, but his eyes were still as calm as the night sky. You actually, compared with the surrounding scorching and suffocating heat, the woman's voice was like the cold wind from the ice hell, revealing the coldness that froze the soul. You woke me up! As soon as the sentence came out, the cloaked man smiled. This smile made the corner of his lips crack horribly, but he still didn't care. The laughter became louder, revealing a bit of madness that was the complete opposite of his usual wisdom. Magma splashed, lightning flashed, and in the middle of the blood cloud in the sky, the diamond began to glow with a faint brilliance. The sky above the dark moon estate was covered with thick clouds, and lightning flashed from time to time. Chinrue looked at the sky. He didn't know why, but the feeling of anxiety in his heart became stronger. Wah, wah, wah! The child's crying diverted his attention. It was little Daudu. During this period, little Daudu was the core figure of the entire courtyard. Even the original little princess, Duo, had her priority reduced by one level, ranking behind Daudu. However, the sensible Duo baby didn't care about these things. Instead, she took the initiative to take care of her younger brother from a young age and bring her younger brother to play Angry Birds with her when they grew up. The aunties in the courtyard praised Duo for being sensible and automatically ignored the latter half of her words. Instead, a certain unscrupulous father's waist was pinched by several hands at the same time and performed a highly difficult 360-degree turn. After the full moon, she became more and more pink and lovely. Sometimes she would unconsciously make some sounds in her mouth. Occasionally, she would hear a word like mom or dad, which could make the yard burst into laughter, which also diluted the haze in Chinrue's heart a lot. Athena, Kia. Chinrue, what's wrong with Daudu recently? She keeps crying. She didn't sleep at all last night. Athena held the child, and her tired red eyes were full of anxiety. Little Daudu's condition didn't seem to be very good these days. The frequency of crying had increased significantly. The number one nanny, Kia, also looked worried. Although only Catherine and Athena were mothers among the Crystal Palace's women, each of them loved Daudu and Duo equally. I don't know. Chinrue carefully sensed Daudu's physical condition and found that it was the same as before. There were no abnormal symptoms. If only Ben Hong was still here. Kia whispered. Ben Hong left when the door appeared last time. Since then he had been missing. Not only Chinrue, but even the others felt that something was missing. Training together in the UFO land, guiding and spurring everyone's growth, working together to deal with Charlie, working together to go to the holy mountain of light. In everyone's hearts, perhaps they had long recognized the transformation of her position from the former enemy to the current friend. not sure if she herself knows. With great difficulty, Athena and Kia coaxed Daudu to sleep. Geraint's army should have reached the Jinyao territory by now. Chenrui sighed. This battle had long been known by the demon realm. All the people and media were paying attention to the battlefield. There were even war reporters broadcasting live. In order to prepare for this battle, the demon's army had been practicing tactics with the help of magic items these days. At the same time, they adapted to the combat power in the light element environment. In the Three Empire Alliance, many empire elders proposed to let the ancient guardian army that appeared in the last military parade of the fallen angel empire participate in the battle. Unfortunately, Aguile, who was in charge of this huge force, actually disappeared at this critical moment. In fact, Chenrui knew very well that if the ancient alchemy civilization army of the City of Stars was really mobilized, plus Garadam's undead army and the demon realm's own military power, this battle could easily crush the human coalition army. With the strength at hand, joining any side could change the entire war situation. He could even form a faction of his own to stand on equal footing with the forces of the two realms. However, as a person who knew the truth of the war between the two realms and as a human in the demon realm, Chenrui could only choose to stay out of it now. Yes. Athena took the initiative to mention it, so she answered. In fact, everyone understood Chenrui's mood, so they had deliberately avoided this topic recently. Even without the inside story of the sacrifice, war with selfish nature is still inevitable. Isabella's voice sounded faintly from behind. Even if you can bring peace to the world temporarily by yourself, you can't fundamentally eliminate war. I'm not that great. Chenrui shook his head and said, It's just... Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the tree of nature in the super system emitted a faint light and a special spirit power spread. Chenrui wanted to use his power to suppress it, but thinking of the uneasy feeling in his heart recently, he hesitated a little. He just channeled star power to protect his soul and let the spirit power wrap around him. In an instant, he only felt that the influence of Athena and others became blurred. The space changed, and a blood-red scene appeared in front of him. Magma flowing everywhere, the crimson sky, and the blood-colored lightning. Even as an audience with only vision and hearing, they could feel the oppressive suffocation and scorching heat from the scene. It's not an illusion, but some kind of real image transmitted by the tree of nature. This familiar scene, Chenrui looked at the diamond-shaped eye in the blood-red clouds in the sky suspiciously. When his gaze moved down, it suddenly froze and fixed on the two figures in the middle of the blood-red world. The figure, wearing a cloak and holding a wooden staff, was on the verge of collapse. Half of her face was human, and the other half was monster. It was the legendary prophet of the elves, Elusir. After the battle in the Mirror World, Elusir left the illusory forest that was originally restricted and unable to leave. Her whereabouts were unknown. I didn't expect her to appear in this place. Where is this place? The female figure in the flame opposite Elusir. Chenrui's pupils suddenly contracted. That face! Blue and red pupils. It's actually her. She didn't die. How could she be with Elusir? How could she be like that? Is that another space or this world? Awaken. That's right. The skin exposed by Elusir's cloak was full of horrible scars, but she was smiling. To be more precise, it should be called Hasten, foolish servant of fate. You know that you can't resist it, but you don't know what's good for you. The woman's blade-like gaze fell repeatedly on Elusir's badly mutilated face, and she said contemptuously, Do you think that you can change the course of fate by using the remaining power of the curse in your life to undo the authority boundary of the main plane and let destruction come prematurely in an incomplete form? Chenrui could clearly hear the conversation between the two. The woman's words were like thunder in his heart, even more shocking than the woman's resurrection. The sacrifice that happened once every 500 years suddenly appeared 100 years earlier in an extremely abnormal manner, causing panic in the two worlds and causing this war that would cost countless lives. It turned out that Alusier was the one who single-handedly directed it. What shocked Chinrue the most was that undo the enchantment let destruction descend prematurely. The enchantment that resisted the power of the abyss and protected the main plane for countless years was actually undone by this elf prophet Alusier. This meant that the descent of the abyss into the main plane. Chinrue simply couldn't believe it. He originally thought that this terrifying thing would only happen after tens of thousands of years, but it actually happened today. His first reaction was that Alusier had gone crazy. Unfortunately, even if I don't descend in my complete form, the result will not change. The only thing you changed by risking your life is the time and method. The woman revealed a cold and cruel smile. Alusier trembled even more violently, and the ground under her feet cracked under the formless and terrifying pressure. The world you live in, everything you love, will lose its last chance to struggle at death's door because of your stupidity. It will all be destroyed and devoured prematurely. Alusier's smile had already returned to its indifferent state. Perhaps, do you think that these weak ants in the main plane have the ability to stop the footsteps of fate? As the woman said this, she was already slowly raising her right hand. Countless blood-colored lightning lingered at the tip of her sharp nails. As they flickered, cracks appeared in the space. The residual force at the edge swept past Alusier's cloak, and a large area of it was immediately cut open. Not only the cloak was cut, but also her flesh and bones. For fate, if it can't be changed, it's only a matter of when it comes sooner or later. They may be weak, but they have unlimited possibilities. Alusier smiled faintly, not caring at all about the injuries on her body and impending death. Jinyao territory. From time to time, crimson lightning flashed across the sky, but no one paid attention to it. Whether it was the geese's wings or the arrow-like sharpness, their eyes filled with murderous intent and fighting spirit. There was only the enemy in front of them. At the bottom of the geese formation, Rex the Great, who was standing on the command platform, saw Geraint in the center of the enemy's arrow-like formation at a glance and happened to meet Geraint's gaze. Both of them were people with extraordinary strength, and their perception and eyesight were naturally far from that of ordinary people. At this moment, the two supreme commanders saw each other's burning fighting spirit. There was no need for superfluous cursing or shouting. They gave the order to attack almost at the same time. Chapter 12:17. Geraint dispatched the spearhead of the demon's army. The strange light cavalry in black light armor without even a knight's spear was faster than expected. As soon as they arrived, the cavalry charged, showing the strong confidence of the demons. Rex the Great wanted to dispatch the orc soldiers, but the enemy dispatched cavalry, which was a perfect counter to the infantry. If he sent the orcs at this time, it would be too obvious that the orcs were going to die. The orcs had always been unruly, so he was afraid that there would be trouble. This was the first contact. If there was a slight mistake, it would directly affect the entire morale. So Rex the Great immediately changed his decision and ordered the heavy cavalry on the left to attack. The commander of the heavy cavalry was the legion commander of the strongest Dragon Claw Knight Legion of the Long Huang Empire. He was also Rex's most trusted general, Tristan. Not only was he brave and good at fighting, but he was also very adaptable on the battlefield. With him commanding the heavy cavalry on the left, coupled with the terrain, the heavy cavalry could restrain the light cavalry. They should be able to defeat the demon's black cavalry and win an important first victory to boost the morale. Tristan's eyes had long locked on Francis in the black cavalry. At first, Francis came as a messenger. Although he seemed humble as a seasoned soldier, Tristan could feel the provocation and arrogance in the bones of this demons. At that time, Tristan secretly vowed that he must deal with this damned demons on the battlefield. Now, Rex the Great's order made Tristan's wish come true. His blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was instantly burning to the peak. The front formation of the left quickly moved toward the center, facing the arrows of the demon's black cavalry. Tristan was a famous general who had been through hundreds of battles. He didn't let hatred and fighting spirit affect his judgment. The entire heavy cavalry formation maintained an effective interval and a stable speed. However, the front formation began to change. The 5,000-man heavy cavalry teams at the front had formed a triangular charging formation and began to accelerate forward. These 5,000-man teams were composed of the coalition forces of other countries. The core force, the Dragon Claw Knight Legion of the Long Huang Empire, was ready to go behind Tristan. Tristan was obviously using these 5,000-man teams to test the waters. Once the enemy's formation was disrupted, the entire army would immediately launch an all-out assault, completely defeating the demon's cavalry and personally behead Francis. As soon as the 5,000 heavy cavalrymen moved out, the demons slowed down and formed a strange, staggered formation. Tristan saw that each of the cavalrymen in the front row had a long object in their hands. It was a magic rifle. This type of rifle was also black, and its structure was rather special. The firing speed, recoil, and range seemed to be tailor-made for light cavalry. Tristan's heart skipped a beat as a bad feeling arose in his heart. Before he could issue a new order, a series of gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The human heavy cavalry at the very front fell to the ground one after another. The most terrifying thing was not the bullets, but the whistling, air-piercing objects that flew out from behind the black cavalry. In an instant, they took the lives of over 100 cavalrymen. A javelin. This was a short javelin that was about a meter long. Judging from its weight, it was definitely not a light weapon. This made it even more powerful when thrown. The sharp tip of the javelin could easily pierce through the armor or horse armor of a heavy cavalry. There was actually such a thing. These javelins were hidden in the saddle's equipment pouch and had not been discovered before. Now that they had been caught off guard, less than half of the 5,000 soldiers were left in a short while. If they retreated now, it would greatly affect the morale of the entire human coalition army. Moreover, judging from the distance between the two sides and the space to move, as long as they withstood a few rounds of attacks and shortened the distance between them and the light cavalry, the heavy cavalry armed with lances could easily crush the enemy. Tristan made up his mind and ordered the troops at the back to continue charging forward. It was impossible to not suffer any losses in a head-on battle, and casualties were inevitable. This was the first battle between the two armies. For the human coalition army, for the Long Huang Empire, for King Rex, they had to win. As the heavy cavalry approached at all costs, the demon's black cavalry reacted quickly, retreat. While retreating, they attacked. This time, they did not use magic rifles or javelins, but archery. This was the most correct way of attack. The power and accuracy of turning around to shoot or throw were not comparable to archery. This kind of riding archery had been mastered by the cavalry of the fallen Angel Empire as early as many years ago when Raisin's army attacked the Warlock Fortress. At that time, there was not much room to play. Now, it finally showed its fangs on this more important battlefield. These special arrows had a powerful armor-piercing attribute. The heavy cavalry's armor plus the inner layer of cloth armor couldn't resist the terrifying penetrating power, and there were heavy casualties in an instant. Damn it, firing guns, throwing spears, and shooting arrows. Are they still cavalry? What made Tristan most frustrated was that the demon's light cavalry was far more mobile than the heavy cavalry. They could run while fighting, and they couldn't catch up at all. If they advanced rashly and approached the main formation of the opponent's army, in front of the huge shields at the back, there were already huge crossbows set up at some point. There were also Medusa archers in a battle formation. Rashly entering deep alone was simply courting death. But if they continued to fight like this, they wouldn't even be able to touch the enemy's side, and the troops would be exhausted. Tristan gritted his teeth and finally issued an order to retreat. Even if he was punished, he couldn't watch his elites all die under this abominable attack method. Then, what made Tristan vomit blood was that as soon as the heavy cavalry retreated, the opponent stuck to them like a plaster. They kept shooting and throwing javelins. It was simply maddening. I can't hit them and I can't run away either. How can I fight? The founder of this rogue tactic was Chun Rue. In fact, it was plagiarism of the Mongolian cavalry's riding archery tactics. However, after the advent of firearms, it combined the characteristics of the Polish winged cavalry to create the Demon's black cavalry with amazing combat power today. For the heavy cavalry, they were an enhanced version of the archer cavalry. For the infantry, they were a simplified version of the heavy cavalry that was faster and more comprehensive. At the rear, Rex the Great saw Tristan's predicament and finally understood why the other party wanted to go into battle with light armor. This kind of cavalry and tactics were simply unbelievable. There was no way to come up with a countermeasure in a short period of time. But what was certain was that if the other party was allowed to continue like this, not only would the heavy cavalry be wiped out, the remaining soldiers on the flanks would also be heavily injured by this long-range attack. This kind of two-army battle formation wasn't without corresponding defense against the magic crystal cannons or catapults. For example, the large magic shield cast by the mage army or the large shield in the demonic world formation. Rashly firing large long-range weapons might not achieve the desired effect of killing, and the enemy would also use large military equipment to counterattack. When that happened, the advantage of home ground would be reduced. This kind of attack would be most effective when the enemy's entire formation collapsed. The battlefield was like a game of chess. Both sides of the game had various chess pieces, and the key was how to play. Rex the Great reacted quickly and immediately found the most targeted attack method. Elf Mage Army, prepare the meteor shower. Holy Cross Mage Army, prepare the cloud of light. Stop the enemy cavalry's pursuit. The meteor shower was to summon large flaming meteorites from the sky. This kind of magic had a large area of effect. The cloud of light was to gather the light element and turn it into a cloud of light. Countless light energy balls containing explosive power would fall. Under normal circumstances, the power of the cloud of light was inferior to the meteor shower. However, the enemy was the demons, and in this world where the light element was the most active, the cloud of light could still cause double the damage even though the power of the light element was reduced due to the gate of the two realms. These two large-scale magic spells were jointly cast by the well-trained mage army. They could gather the power of all the mages and cast battle-level magic spells that were far more powerful than individual ones. Under the protection of the infantry phalanx, the two mage army walked together to the effective casting position and began to prepare the magic spells. The elf mages had a far better elemental sense than ordinary humans. The long spell of the meteor shower had been compressed by them by almost half. Originally, the casting speed was slower than the cloud of light, but now it was faster. In just a few moments, she had completed this powerful incantation. Under Princess Philly's command, an astonishing number of black dots appeared in the sky. These black dots began to expand at an astonishing speed. It was a huge group of burning meteors that covered an extremely large area, rapidly falling towards the location of the Black Knights. On the other side, the Holy Cross Sorcerer Legion had also completed the flying stars of luminous cloud. Countless white lights accurately fell behind the heavy armored cavalries. The flying stars of luminous cloud could stop and kill the pursuing black cavalries, and the meteor shower could completely destroy these annoying demon cavalries. On the battlefield, it was far more difficult to defend against large-scale magic spells than to attack, especially since the commander of the allied demons' army hadn't given the order to the mages. At this moment, there wasn't enough time for them to cast another protective magic. However, the black cavalry didn't panic too much. The front troops slowed down, and those who had been shooting arrows and throwing spears at the back came closer and gathered together in a special layer. This gathering position avoided most of the cloud of light, but it was still within the range of the meteor shower. It was as if they were gathering together to receive the baptism of the meteor shower. Looking for death? Just when the black cavalry was about to be engulfed by the flaming meteorites and light balls, the meteorites and light balls suddenly slowed down as if they had encountered something special. Then, they disintegrated and drifted away like grains of sand. The allied human forces were all shocked. What was going on? Rex the Great's gaze fell on the cavalry that was approaching from the rear of the black cavalry. It was these people who had raised their hands together and used a special joint force to make the two large-scale magic spells disappear into thin air. The two mage legions clearly felt that the elements around them had been greatly weakened. Even the light elements were no exception. They couldn't help but be shocked. The Asmodeus royal family with the talent of elemental weakening. Rex the Great immediately thought of the relevant information about the demons and immediately came to a realization. The War Puppet Legion, formed by the Asmodeus royal family, was also a very dazzling existence in the previous wars between the two realms. However, it was the first time he heard of a group using the talent of elemental weakening to eliminate magic spells. Although the heavy cavalry had used this time to escape back to their formation, they had suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, the black cavalry on the opposite side had also retreated back to their formation. With the team that could eliminate magic, the black cavalry was almost invincible. If the black cavalry reloaded and attacked again, Rex the Great frowned. In the first round of confrontation, the demons obviously had the upper hand, but this was only the first encounter. The whole battle was currently in a stalemate, and it was hard to say who the final winner would be. In contrast, the two sides on the other battlefield had a clear disparity of victory and defeat. Nightmare Volcano. 100 years. Just another 100 years. I will be able to descend in the most complete and powerful form. By then, even if those minions can resurrect and reenact the first battle of the gods, I have nothing to fear. And you, a lowly ant, actually. The woman wrapped in flames stared coldly at Alucier, who was like a candle in the wind. She slowly put down her hand, but the flames that were mixed with a murderous aura burned even more intensely. How should I deal with you? How can I appease the anger in my heart? Chapter 12:18. Lowly ant, I will place you in purgatory and let the flames of destruction gnaw away at your soul. When that time comes, you will realize that even a quick death is an unattainable luxury. The woman's cold voice contained a special soul power. Even a false god expert would instinctively feel fear, but Alucier remained indifferent from beginning to end. To be more precise, this was a kind of indifference. The calm expression in her eyes seemed to transcend fear and life and death. Lamentable. Alucier sighed. An existence that doesn't exist. Once your will truly returns, you, who have completed your mission, will be nothing more than a bubble. In terms of lowly, there is no difference between you and me when it comes to disappearing. As soon as this sentence came out, the woman's eyes were filled with hostility. You don't understand what true eternity is. I have already decided that your body and soul will suffer endless torment. But I will keep your eyes and let you see the end of this world with your own eyes. At that time, you will hate your own choice and hate this unavoidable fate. Unfortunately, my body and soul have already reached the end. Alucier didn't look at the woman anymore and turned her gaze to the cracked, withered wooden staff in her hand. There seemed to be a small sprout in the crack that was on the verge of death, indicating hope. But I will watch, always watch. I will not hate. Quiriana. No, Blanche, you don't need to hate, because in your eyes there is more than just hate. Before she finished speaking, Alucier's body trembled and instantly turned into particles and disappeared. The woman slowly opened her hand that was emitting electric light, revealing 2 bloody eyeballs in her palm. The last sentence seemed to echo in her ears. The woman's eyes were filled with hostility. She grabbed the eyeballs with her hand, and in the flames, the last bit of ash slowly disappeared in the suffocating air. The woman looked up at the sky and slowly raised her hands. In the center of the red cloud, the diamond-shaped eye outline slowly opened, but what appeared were not pupils, but pure blood color. Two blood-red light beams projected from the outline and fell on the magma on the ground. Two fountains began to emerge from the magma, and two bodies gradually took shape inside. When the two figures froze, more and more pillars of light shot down from the blood cloud. The entire space began to boil violently. Amidst the laughter of the woman that pierced through the clouds, countless terrifying figures faintly appeared in the blood cloud, forming an endless sea. The moment the eyeballs were destroyed, Chinrue's vision had begun to blur. The scene that happened later became more and more hazy. In the end, his consciousness returned to the dark moon's residence. The light of the nature tree in the super system also dimmed. The originally dense giant tree quickly withered, and the life force quickly dissipated as if its soul was extracted. Chinrue was blessed. He constantly infused the vitality and faith power in the galaxy to replenish it, and he finally stopped the aging process. The withered trunk cracked open, revealing a new tree inside. It began to sprout, returning from a towering tree to a small tree with a height of 2 meters. In any case, it finally regained its life. At the same time, in a distant place, Chi Lanya stared blankly at the spiritual wood staff that produced green sprouts in her hand. She slowly knelt in a direction. In her beautiful eyes, full of sadness, tears fell to the ground drop by drop. On the battlefield of the Jinyao territory, the war between the Human Coalition Army and the Demon Coalition Army was still ongoing. Rex the Great reacted quickly and immediately made arrangements for the Black Cavalry. He put the Elf's Magic Archer Legion and Magic Rifle Legion at the front, surrounded by heavy infantry with shields. Although the Black Cavalry was good at riding and shooting and could advance and retreat freely, the Elf's archery and marksmanship were the best in both worlds. The Elf's arrow range and accuracy were above the Black Cavalry. What was more terrifying was that almost every arrow had such power. Not only the archery, but the marksmanship was also extremely sharp. Even if the Black Cavalry shot at them, they were definitely not their opponents, let alone attacking while riding. Besides, the elf had the protection of the infantry. After a few rounds of attacks, the Black Cavalry couldn't get close, and they also lost a lot of troops. On the contrary, the Elf Legion was advancing step by step and had approached the core of the battlefield step by step. Rex the Great certainly wouldn't let the elves go deep alone. The Dwarf Bear Cavalry and orcs followed closely behind. However, it was not a wise move to put the long-range troops at the front. Besides, the other party still had ballistas. This approach was more to create pressure and boost the morale of their own side. Geraint made a prompt decision to let the cavalrymen return to their base. From the looks of it, both sides were in a tie. Seeing that the enemy's troublesome Black Flag soldiers were forced to return to their base, the Human Coalition Army cheered thunderously. However, the cheers soon turned into nervous silence. The rows of huge figures behind the Demon's Coalition Army moved. Battle puppets. Thousands of huge battle puppets slowly rose into the air like a dark cloud, moving slowly towards the Human Coalition Army. This speed wasn't fast, but it created even more pressure than fast. This was especially so when the battle puppets moved through the air in a formation and hierarchy. They were like truly well-trained elites. Every human's heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. The elf archers and gunners' shots landed on the battle puppets, but only left shallow dents. They couldn't penetrate those huge bodies at all. Under Rex the Great's command, they hurriedly retreated. Hundreds of huge figures rose into the air from the Human Coalition Army. They were the dragons from Ryuzaku. Several Griffin Legion were also ready to attack. On the Demon's side, the Wyvern Legion and the Griffin Legion were also ready to attack. Further back, the magic crystal cannons and catapults of both sides had readjusted their attack angles. The most intense phase of the battle was about to begin. It was not Rex the Great, wished to use his strongest trump card so early, but he had no other choice now. The commanders of both sides issued the order to attack at the same time. Countless flames that symbolized death burst out from both sides. The light of the magic crystal cannons, the fire meteors of the catapults, the arrows of the ballistas, the dragon breath of the giant dragons, the long-range missiles of the battle puppets, the magic spells of the magic legion, arrows, bullets at the moment when the flames of both sides were about to intertwine. Everything came to a standstill. The battlefield that was still noisy and intense just now instantly became silent. All the attacks froze in midair, looking extremely strange. Everyone could feel the stillness, as if time had suddenly stopped. At this moment, there was one more person on the battlefield. Although it was still, everyone could feel the arrival of this person. This person seemed to have waved his hand, and then everything returned to normal. However, all the attacks on the battlefield just now disappeared. The most intense attack of nearly 2 million soldiers was actually easily stopped by this person with a wave of his hand. And the charging troops of both sides actually seemed to have encountered an invisible wall, unable to move forward at all. It was simply an irresistible force. A feeling welled up in everyone's heart at the same time. Just this one person alone could annihilate the entire army present. He must be the legendary demigod powerhouse. Ordinary people referred to the superpowers of the demon lord and above as demigods. This person was wearing a mask and a cloak, full of mysterious aura. Forget about the human coalition army. Once the soldiers of the demon world saw this familiar outfit, they immediately whispered to each other. There was a flash of light on this person, and 3 more people appeared beside him. 3 women. They were 3 beautiful women. The one on the left was dressed in a white robe with blonde hair and purple eyes. Her beautiful face was covered with a frosty majesty, like a cold and beautiful iceberg. The one in the middle had beautiful black hair. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly because of the veil, she gave off a peerless feeling. Her deep black eyes were like the starry night sky, flashing with wisdom. The blue-haired woman on the right looked aloof. Her eyes contained a sharp and murderous aura. Occasionally, her gaze moved, giving people a feeling of closeness. The 2 completely different temperaments combined into one, brimming with a different kind of charm. The 3 women each had their own charm and temperament, but they had a special thing in common, and that was that they all wore headwear that showed their identity, a crown. Rex the Great's pupils suddenly constricted, because he had seen the masked woman in the middle before. That was a few years ago in Dragonhorn City. At that time, not only did this woman appear, there was also another little girl, and no wonder at that time he felt that the masked woman's temperament was the same as his. It turned out that she was one of the 3 kings of the demon world. In that case, Rex the Great's hand that was holding the sword trembled, and his gaze landed on the masked, cloaked man. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The demon army no longer had any doubts. They put down their weapons in unison and lowered their heads to salute. At this time, the human army also understood that these 3 women were the empresses of the 3 great empires of the demon world. And the one who made the entire battlefield come to a standstill so easily was the legendary figure who had conquered the 3 empresses according to the intelligence reports, the one and only Aguile. Aguile actually had such terrifying strength. If that was the case, if he wanted to annihilate the entire human army, it would be a piece of cake. The Human Alliance army was horrified. Where did the demigod expert go? Legend had it that the demigods wouldn't interfere in the world of ordinary people, and there were also legends that the demigods had their own battlefield during the War of the 2 Realms. Now that this enemy had appeared, could it be that the human demigods had all failed? It's time for this meaningless war to come to an end, the cloaked man said. Then an even more incredible scene happened. The 3 empresses waved their hands at the allied army of the demon race. Although the soldiers, including Geraint and the demon's generals, were in disbelief, they still obeyed the empress's orders, and all the soldiers began to retreat. Was this a ceasefire, or was it to distance themselves and get rid of them? The human army's hearts were in suspense. They watched as the cloaked man walked step by step towards the formation of the wild goose. Along the way, the soldiers wanted to stop him, but they were all frozen by a great force, unable to move. They could only watch as the cloaked man walked to the front of the commander of the human army, Rex. The cloaked man stopped in his tracks and quietly looked at the emperor of the Long Huang Empire, who was on the podium. "We must stop the war, father." These words shocked everyone, and in an instant there was complete silence. Chapter 1219. For a time, on the battlefield, both the demons and the human coalition army were stunned. What shocked people the most was not the armistice, but the title, Father. They saw the cloaked man took off all the disguise. He was a handsome man with blonde hair and golden eyes. Someone exclaimed, "Prince Arthur!" There was a commotion in the human coalition army. Aguile turned out to be the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, who was famous in the human world. He was also the former owner of this Jinyao territory, Arthur Roland. This prince was once an influential figure. His various deeds were eye-catching, reappearing after disappearing for 7 years, making Jinyao territory the most prosperous territory with a flip of his hand. Refusing to marry the pearl princess of the Ryo Empire, Rambus defected and became the holy son of the Church of Light. By the way, didn't the Church of Light announce that this holy son died suddenly at the coronation ceremony? What the hell is going on? The Demon Realm Coalition Army was also inexplicably shocked. The only husband of the 3 empresses of the Demon Realm, Aguile, whose identity had always been mysterious, was actually the prince of the human empire. Aguile was the real controller behind the Demon Realm. He had single-handedly facilitated the alliance of the 3 empires of the Demon Realm. He was the founder of the popular game kingdom in the world. He was also the creator of the peace and prosperity of the entire Demon Realm. No one would have thought that the true identity of the greatest demons in history turned out to be a human. Many demons recognized this human's face, the husband of the former Dark Moon, Lord Athena, the famous human internal affairs officer who was rumored to be dead for a long time. This human followed Jia as early as when she was still the Dark Moon Princess Royal. It was well known that he had no strength, but he was actually the same person as the powerful Aguile. It's amazing. The amount of information revealed by this truth was so great that people couldn't even wrap their minds around it. The 3 empresses still looked calm. Apparently they already knew it. How many years has it been? I can finally say it without any scruples. Qinrui looked deeply into Rex the Great's eyes. The truth is more than that. But the most important thing now is to stop this meaningless war, my father. When Rex the Great heard him call him father in front of everyone, he felt a mixture of emotions. Just as he was about to speak, 3 beams of white light suddenly fell from the sky. Within the light, the 3 figures quickly became clear. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were dressed in pure white robes and had 12 wings on their backs. The 3 supreme angels of the holy mountain of light. "Richard, you've broken the rules." Michael didn't look at the million-strong army. He just stared at Qinrui, and the armor of faith slowly appeared on his body. "Richard is just an alias. You can call me Qinrui or Arthur. Arthur Roland." Qinrui looked at the 3 supreme angels and thought to himself that they had come at the right time. "I have something extremely important to tell you. Cut the crap!" Raphael gripped the silver staff in his hands tightly. In fact, he felt a nameless rage the moment he heard the name Arthur Roland. "There's no point in quibbling. Since you've broken the rules, you must bear the consequences. Die." Gabriel, who had his eyes closed, didn't say anything. He gripped the Holy Melody sword tightly, expressing his stance. When Rex the Great saw that the 3 supreme angels had the intention of joining forces, he couldn't help but be shocked. Back then, he had personally seen Arthur barely escape from Raphael's hands. Now the 3 supreme angels were all at the same time, 3 sirs, Just as Rex the Great said this, he felt the space shake. The 4 people on the battlefield instantly appeared in midair. An independent space was formed in midair. Even though there wasn't any power or aura leaking out, everyone on the battlefield felt an invisible pressure that made their hair stand on end. It was as if they were surrounded by countless bombs and could be blown to pieces at any time. In the space, 3 white figures emitted a brilliant light, forming a special triangular formation that surrounded the enemy in the center. The triangular formation released different powers of kingdoms. When these 3 powers collided, they didn't repel each other. Instead, they resonated and began to fuse into a mysterious whole. The resonating sound became more and more ethereal, revealing an ancient and vicissitudes of life. When the people below heard the resonating sound, they couldn't help but feel small and insignificant. It was as if this was a divine decree from a mighty and supreme existence that needed to be worshipped. Chinrue instinctively felt danger. This was definitely the oracle formation that Raphael had been relying on in the Pillar of Light space to fuse the 3 supreme angels' kingdoms. The 3 supreme angels had experienced his strength more than once, and they knew that they weren't a match for him in a one-on-one fight. That was why they had used their strongest joint attack right from the start. They probably wanted to use this opportunity to kill this strongest enemy in one fell swoop. The murderous intent intensified. That's right, this was their intention. Chinrue activated the polar star transformation without hesitation. Purple starlight shone in the core of the triangular formation. In the eyes of the people below, although the purple starlight was dazzling, it was quickly suppressed by the power of the triangular formation. The starlight was rapidly shrinking and decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The purple starlight flashed and instantly expanded again. The triangular formation was filled up by a boundless galaxy. The especially dazzling nebulae in the galaxy gradually converged toward the center. This converging was not like the weakening from before, but an active contraction. As the galaxy shrank bit by bit, the pressure on the triangular formation seemed to be increasing, and it started to tremble slightly. Then, everyone's vision blurred, and they couldn't see what was happening. They could only feel some kind of indescribable shattering power. The space in the sky had probably been shattered. The remnant aura it emitted was so powerful that everyone felt like they had lost all their strength. They could only maintain their frozen posture and stand there in a daze, unable to even think. Even the usually high and mighty saint-level beings were no different from ants in the face of such absolute power. This was the power of a true expert. Any one of these 4 people could easily annihilate the entire army. The 4 people in the fierce battle in the sky had already returned to the ground. Chinrue was panting slightly, and the star armor on his body had already cracked. The 3 archangels weren't in much better shape than him. Their armor of faith had been shattered. Michael's face was deathly pale. Gabriel had blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth, and Raphael's face was covered in cracks that were rapidly healing. The 3 supreme angels were extremely shocked. They originally thought that the strongest oracle formation that the 3 of them had unleashed together would be able to subdue or kill the opponent in one fell swoop. They didn't expect that they would actually be evenly matched. Chinrue didn't relax at all, nor did he dare to speak rashly. He just focused his mind and quickly adjusted the chaotic star power in his body. Although the triangular formation had been destroyed, the fusion of the 3 of them hadn't been broken. The oracle formation's next attack would definitely be even more earth-shattering. The 3 supreme angels were also quickly recovering. The confrontation just now had caused their power to enter the weakest period at the same time, and they had to recover and adjust their power as soon as possible. At this moment, the 3 supreme angels' faces all changed, because the 3 of them had suddenly been surrounded by a 6-colored light that had suddenly appeared. This light made the 3 of them feel a strong sense of danger. Once the 6-colored light was fully unleashed, the 3 supreme angels would definitely be heavily injured in their current state. Even if the three of them could resist it, there was still a powerful enemy eyeing them covetously. As long as he seized the right opportunity to launch a strong attack, they would definitely lose. The source of the power was the purple-haired woman who had appeared beside the three empresses at some point. She was also the peak false god who had previously been beside Arthur. Judging from the power of the colorful light, this beautiful woman with glasses actually controlled the power of the 6 major elements. Her combat power was at least on par with Raphael's. Especially when she chose to attack at this time, it was almost fatal. Stop, Rala. What surprised the 3 supreme angels was that Chenrue actually stopped this most dangerous attack. Rala hesitated for a moment, and the power of elemental fury gradually disappeared. With her current strength, she could already control this move with ease. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, listen to me first. Chenrue was the first to retract the power of Celestial Star Mirror. You should know very well that you can't defeat me, and more importantly, this is definitely not the time for us to fight. Michael said coldly, We indeed can't defeat you today, but you have violated the rules. Do you have the confidence to face the joint punishment of all the superpowers? These words fell into everyone's ears, and the human allied army was shocked once again. This was especially so for Rex the Great, who had personally experienced the conferring ceremony of the Holy Son of the Holy Mountain of Light. He thought that he had heard wrongly. The 3 strongest supreme angels of the Church of Light, existences closest to the gods, actually admitted that they couldn't defeat Arthur, even if they joined forces. If that was the case, wouldn't Arthur be the true number 1 expert below the gods? My son, there is no meaning in this war anymore. The real enemy has arrived. Chenrue clenched his fists. Do you still remember our contract at the Holy Mountain of Light? The real enemy. Raphael sneered disdainfully. What an alarmist. Those cursed objects are basically, he is not alarmist. Another woman's voice sounded, and the spirits of the elves were roused. The person who came was the elf race's elder, Chi-Lanya. Raphael frowned and glanced at Chi-Lanya. He was slightly surprised because Chi-Lanya's strength had already reached the early stage of the semi-divinity realm. During the new moon ritual at the Silver Moon celestial capital, she was only an intermediate stage demigod, just a step away from becoming a peak demigod. Even if she made a breakthrough, she would only be a demigod. How could she have directly climbed to the semi-divinity realm? One must know that the gap between a demigod and a semi-divinity was almost insurmountable. You are the new elf race's prophet? Michael asked. His gaze fell on the long wooden staff with green leaves growing on it in Chi-Lanya's hand. Where is Elusier? Michael's first sentence made Raphael realize something. Chi-Lanya must have obtained some kind of inheritance that allowed her strength to directly soar to the semi-divinity realm. However, since it was a passive advancement, her current battle prowess was definitely inferior to ordinary semi-divinities. Father has already passed away. Chi-Lanya had a sorrowful look on her face as she said, The ones who caused my father's death are the true enemies that Sir Arthur mentioned. In the last message my father sent to me, those terrifying existences that can destroy everything have descended on this main plane. When the 3 supreme angels heard the last sentence, they were finally moved. Chapter 12:20. In the nightmare plane. The thick clouds in the sky seemed to have been torn apart, projecting blood-colored beams of light. On the vast plain, the hills and forests had all turned into scorched earth with flowing magma. Countless red, sparkling flowers floated in the torrent of magma, and countless blood-red lumps stood upright. Upon closer inspection, they were cocoons that contained something. In the center of the densest sea of cocoons were 2 hazy figures. Their hideous bodies could be vaguely seen, but they were temporarily blurry. The magma had covered the entire nightmare plane, and it was still expanding towards the sea. When it entered the water, it quickly cooled and solidified, and the magma behind it continued to spread endlessly. Wherever it passed, the seawater boiled, and the creatures in the sea either died or mutated. Those that survived, even a docile little fish, bared their bloodthirsty fangs. The endless magma quickly extended towards the sea, like an infinite bridge. In the scorched nightmare plain, there were sounds of swelling and cracking, as if something was breaking out of a cocoon. Jinyao territory. The tension between the allied forces of the two worlds had completely subsided. The appearance of the three empresses of the demon world and the revelation of Aguile's identity was like a sudden clap of thunder. Before the two armies could digest the massive amount of information contained in it, the battle between Qinrui and the three supreme angels shocked everyone. Such strength and that special identity were enough to intimidate everyone in both worlds. The new prophet of the elves appeared and brought with him a seemingly very important piece of news, causing the three strongest supreme angels to stop fighting. A powerful person that can kill a Luzhal might really be that kind of existence. Although they had stopped fighting, Raphael still expressed doubts about Qi Lanya's words. But are you really sure that destruction has arrived on the main plane? You must know that the door has just been opened, and those cursed existences can't break through the barrier that contains power. I don't know why either. Qi Lanya really didn't know about this, and she didn't know that some kind of advance was actually controlled by a Luzhal. I'm just conveying the consciousness that my father transmitted to me. I admit that my ability and experience are very shallow. You can doubt me, but you can't doubt my father. Humph. How do I know if it's... All right, Raphael. Before Raphael could finish, he was interrupted by Michael. There is no doubt about Alucier's ability. More importantly, he has no motive to lie about this. I believe that during this period of time, you and I have both been feeling uneasy. Previously, I thought that it was because of the battle with Arthur, but now it seems that it is not because of the battle, but because of the abyss. Gabriel also nodded. Only then did Qinrui realize that he was not the only one who felt uneasy. Michael continued, "The question is, where is the place where the abyss will descend? Is it the demon realm or the surface world?" Qi Lanya shook her head and replied, "I'm not sure. I haven't completely digested the power of the prophet's inheritance, so I can't use any talent like foresight. It's a place where lava is flowing everywhere. The ground is shaking." Qinrui's words attracted the attention of Michael and the others. "By the way, the smoke is very thick. It's very likely a volcanic eruption." Raphael frowned and asked, "How do you know?" "Because of the tree of nature." Qinrui glanced at Raphael indifferently and said, "I also have another identity, the guardian of the tree of nature, the hero king of the elves. You can also call me your highness, the elven king." The corner of Raphael's eyes twitched. No wonder this guy participated in the elves' new moon festival. It turns out that he is the elven king. To think that I thought he was smart back then, thinking that he had snuck in. In fact, Qinrui had really snuck in. There was no point in explaining this. In any case, it was enough to make Raphael feel conflicted. I don't know what consciousness Qi Lanya received. It was the tree of nature that automatically transmitted that scene to me. Alucier died in the hands of Quiriana. I still remember that there was endless smoke and blood clouds in the sky. In the middle of the blood clouds was a diamond-shaped thing, like a closed eye. Hearing the word, I, the three supreme angels, were shocked at the same time. Michael clenched his fists and said, "Thy." Did it open? I can't see it clearly. I only felt that there seemed to be many blood-colored beams of light, and then the image completely disappeared. Qinrui shook his head and said, "In any case, the abyss has already arrived. The war between the two worlds has lost its meaning. The only thing we can do now is to unite and fight against this common enemy. While the power of the abyss has only just arrived, we must defeat them as soon as possible." From the information left behind by the ancient alchemy civilization, it was known that back then The alchemy plane did not take the abyss seriously enough, and there was endless civil war. By the time they realized the horror of the abyss, it was already too late. In the end, the entire plane was destroyed. The three supreme angels communicated quickly with their eyes and secret language. In the end, Michael nodded and said with certainty, "Actually, we have signed the corresponding terms of the contract last time. So, before the abyss is expelled, we can put aside our past grievances and temporarily ally." Iron Gate Kingdom. Although the previous Iron Gate Kingdom was a colossus, it was now one of the most remote vassal states of the Ryo Empire. It was no longer as powerful as it was in the past. Its territory had been repeatedly divided, and only a few small cities were left. The Iron Gate Kingdom was once the strongest barrier against the orcs. It had the strongest Thunderwall fortress, but with the rapid decline of the orcs, the fortress also lost its meaning. Over the years, the Iron Gate Kingdom had been attached to the Ryo Empire and had always been the most peaceful existence. As a king who did not think of making progress, Gregory had long been used to being content with the status quo and enjoying it. In any case, the more he did nothing, the more at ease the queen of the Ryo Empire would be, and the more stable his throne would be. The only thing he was unhappy about was that a few years ago, when the Church of Light attacked the Nightmare Plains and annihilated the orcs, the number of merchants heading to the Nightmare Plains had greatly decreased, and the taxes of the Iron Gate Kingdom had also been greatly reduced. However, the Church of Light was a colossus that even the Ryo Empire had to bow down to. It was not something that the Iron Gate Kingdom could contend against. So, Gregory did not have any extra thoughts. Although the war between the two realms was eye-catching, and the Iron Gate Kingdom had also sent out its army, the outcome of the war was not something that His Highness Gregory could control. Moreover, life is short, but it's better to have fun in time, was the principle that the king had always believed in. So, as always, Gregory was enjoying the good life in his castle. Although it could not be compared to the material conditions of the big countries, there was no lack of luxury in the capital's palace. Gregory was surrounded by a group of half-naked concubines on a soft couch, tasting good wine while watching sexy dancers dance. Gregory already had more than 100 concubines, but in his eyes it was far from enough. The leading girl looked good, with a waist like a water snake. She was not bad either. She would be the one tonight. Oh yes, there was also the girl on the far right with big breasts. With the support of drugs, it should not be a problem to have a threesome. Just as Gregory was thinking about the tricks for the night, someone hurried to the entrance of the hall and shouted, "Your Highness!" Emergency. Gregory was at the peak of his lust. The shock almost made him wilt. His lust immediately turned into anger. He roared, "How dare you? Didn't I say that no matter what happens, I am not to be disturbed? Men, drag him away. Behead him." The guards at the entrance immediately grabbed the man and wanted to take him away. The man shouted, "Your Highness, it's me, Pancras. I have an urgent matter to report." Wait. Gregory stopped the guards and ordered the concubines and dancers to leave. Pancras was his most trusted subject. Usually, when he was enjoying himself, Pancras would settle or suppress any political affairs. Now that even Pancras was here, it was most likely an urgent matter. "Your Highness, they're attacking." Pancras was already flustered and exasperated. He had just escaped death, so he was stuttering. "They're attacking?" Gregory frowned. "Who's attacking? Demons? Impossible. How could they be so fast?" "It's not demons. I think it's from the Plane of Nightmares. The orcs in the Plane of Nightmares have long been wiped out by the Church of Light. With the Thunder Wall Fortress, even the remaining orcs can forget about breaking through. The Thunder Wall Fortress has already fallen," Pancras said with a long face. When the Thunder Wall Fortress was in a state of emergency, Pancras didn't take it to heart at all. He thought it was making a mountain out of a molehill. Considering the king's enjoyment, Pancras didn't report the matter and directly ordered the garrison to defend to the death. Who knew? The Thunderwall fortress has been breached. Gregory was truly taken aback. That was the toughest fortress in the world. It's not just the Thunderwall fortress. Iron Will City and Iron Core City have also fallen. What? Gregory was furious. He kicked Pancras to the ground. Why didn't you report it earlier? Pancras cried out. Your Highness, I just received news that the Thunderwall fortress has fallen and was mobilizing reinforcements. Then I received news of the two cities' fall. Gregory knew that Pancras wouldn't dare lie about such an important matter. He took a deep breath. That's fast. Get Huford to send reinforcements immediately. When the Thunderwall fortress fell, I've already sent General Huford out as reinforcements, Pancras said with a trembling voice. But according to the information I've just received, General Huford and his 20,000 elite infantrymen have been completely annihilated. How can the orcs be so strong? Gregory was shocked. Huford was the strongest general of the Iron Gate Kingdom. How could he be completely annihilated by the enemy? According to the information, it's not the orcs. It's another type of monster that's even more terrifying. These monsters will kill all living creatures they encounter. There's no one left alive in the Thunderwall Fortress, Ironwheel City, and Iron Core City. Even the scouts we sent out to investigate have all died. They only managed to get some information from their phone calls before they were killed by the monsters. Your Highness! An Imperial Guard came to report. General Tut has an urgent military report. Let him in. In such a critical moment, Gregory naturally didn't dare to refuse to see him like before. Your Highness, General Tut was a burly man. We've just received an urgent military report from the watchtower at the outskirts of the city. There's a large group of flame-like red objects rushing towards the capital. Gregory was shocked. Red? What kind of magic is that? Fire element? Pancras thought of what was described in the report. He shuddered and screamed. No, it's those monsters that are destroying everything. Your Highness, the monsters are coming. What should we do? Gregory was incompetent to begin with. He was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. General Tut said, Your Highness, we must close the city gates immediately. Mobilize all the troops to prepare for defense. Then ask for reinforcements from the Ryo Empire. Outside the Iron Gate Kingdom, countless abyssal creatures rushed forward in a frenzy, like a tide of death. In a faraway place, a blue-haired woman in a white robe looked at the distant sky. Her blood-red right eye was filled with endless hatred. Accept the arrival of destruction, everyone in this world. Chapter 1221. The Iron Gate Kingdom had been destroyed. The entire population had been wiped out. No one was spared. Emperor Rambus of the Blue Glory Empire looked at the report in her hands in surprise. Beside her was a report from King Gregory of the Iron Gate. In today's era, simple letters had basically been replaced by magic phones. With a phone, one could receive the fastest message. However, shortly after receiving the call for help from the Iron Gate King, Gregory, Lambes gathered the elders and ministers of the Parliament to discuss the matter of sending reinforcements. Soon, they received a report of the destruction of the Iron Gate Kingdom. This speed is too fast. Lambes furrowed her brows tightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Altos, the highest military commander of the Ryo Empire, looked solemn. According to the investigation and analysis of our intelligence personnel, the evil force that destroyed the Iron Gate Kingdom should have come from the Plain of Nightmares. However, it was not the orcs, but an extremely terrifying monster. It was vicious and cruel. Wherever it passed, all lives were destroyed. Could it be the demons? Magnum, the new president of the Ryo Empire, asked. Altos shook his head. According to the information sent by General Sandro, the main force of the demons has just entered the surface world. They are concentrated in the Jinyao territory to fight against our allied forces. It is impossible for them to extend their reach so far. Magnum nodded. That's right. The demons are now focusing on the final battle in the Jinyao territory. They would not be so stupid as to start a war so early. However, if those monsters are not the demons, what are they? And how could they be so terrifying? That's not the point. Your Majesty, President, please forgive me for my rudeness. We do not have extra time to investigate this, Altos said firmly. From the speed at which the monsters destroyed the Iron Gate Kingdom, we can see that the number and power of these monsters are extremely shocking. There are definitely Saint Tier, or even existences beyond the Saint Tier among them. After these monsters destroyed the Iron Gate Kingdom, they only stayed for a day before heading in the direction of the Luoqi Kingdom and the Red Embellishment Kingdom. Behind these two kingdoms is the territory of the Ryo Empire. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before we face these monsters. An astonishing number of saint-level and even super-level ones. Rambus stood up from the throne and said solemnly, "Activate the Red War Alert across the entire country. Increase the defense level of every city to the highest level. Altos, gather all available troops and activate all magic defense and emergency teleportation facilities. Get ready for a tough battle. Magnum, please urgently summon all counselors and pass a resolution to mobilize all the power of the sanctuary. Mir, go to Jagda as soon as possible and find Cardinal Glallen of the Church of Light, who is inspecting there. Tell him about the destruction of the kingdom of Iron Gate and the situation of the monsters, and ask him to immediately report to the Sacred Mountain and dispatch the Knights of Light. I will personally contact Queen Liv of the Jadeite Forest Sea and ask for the full support of the Wizard Tower Forest and the Elves." Everyone accepted the order and left. As for the Luoqi Kingdom and the Red Embellishment Kingdom, they could only send out a small portion of their troops to test the waters, even though they were vassals of the Ryo Empire. Their main purpose was not to provide support, but to obtain more information about the monster. Another location. What entered his eyes was a boundless sea of trees. Amidst the lush greenery, it was a scene full of vitality. In the forest, a pair of white feet slowly stepped on the grass, leaving shallow footprints. The footprints extended into the depths of the forest. After a long time, the sunken footprints began to burn slowly. Burning in the damp forest, the flames were not very high, but the surrounding trees that were full of vitality began to wither bit by bit. It was as if their lives were being sucked out, quickly fading away. The vast sea of lush trees slowly and irresistibly began to wither and burn. There seemed to be a transparent force field in front of him, blocking his way. The pair of feet did not slow down at all, nor did their speed and rhythm change. The force field was like a huge bubble. Due to the external strong pressure, it formed a deeper and deeper concave shape. The protective power was also stretched longer and weaker. Finally, with a bang, the entire protective barrier turned into a bubble and shattered without a trace. The pair of feet continued to move forward unhurriedly, as if they had done something insignificant. Not long after, a city wall appeared in their line of sight. This city wall was covered in countless green vines, and from afar, it looked as if it was completely made of plants. They could already see the corners of the exquisite buildings behind the city wall. The city gate was already closed, and the elven guards on the city wall were fully armed, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In the instant that they sensed the protective barrier shattering, the entire Silver Moon Immortal City had entered a state of high alert. After seeing the approaching figure, many elves, including guard Captain Nana, were astonished. However, Nana did not hesitate. At her command, all the elves fired their arrows without hesitation. A rain of arrows rained down on the graceful figure in the white robe. The elven race was renowned for their outstanding archery skills. These arrows were far superior to ordinary arrows in terms of precision, and power, especially when they were all aimed at the same person. However, the figure continued to move forward. All of the arrows dissipated into particles when they got close and disappeared without a trace. The white-robed woman did not look at the arrows, nor did she look at the elves on the city wall. She continued forward like a flying dragon in the sky, and did not even bother to look at the ants on the ground. Soon, the white-robed woman was already close to the city wall. The city wall flashed with the light of a magical formation and a barrier. The frequency of the light flashing became more and more intense, as if it was under immense pressure. However, after a moment, all of the light disappeared, and the woman had already passed through the city gate and appeared behind it. Unbelievably, the city wall was not damaged at all. The elves guarding the city wall were dumbfounded, and no one knew whether it was because they were stunned or because they were affected by some kind of power. In a flash, the green vines on the entire city wall began to wither and finally burst into flames. The elves were still, like lifeless puppets, unable to move, and turned into ashes in the raging flames. The white-robed woman did not turn back. Wherever she passed, the clouds in the sky had already turned blood red. Regardless of whether it was the buildings or the elves, everything was burned to the ground. The most urgent alarm bell had already rung in the Silver Moon Immortal City. The white-robed woman finally stopped in her tracks, and her gaze landed in front of her. The elf empress, Liv, was standing there, and beside her were 10 treants forming a circle. There were also hundreds of elves standing in their respective positions, as if they were in a battle formation. Liv had a green bow in her hand, and a golden arrow was nocked on it. She aimed it at the white-robed woman. The elf empress' eyes were filled with sorrow and sorrow. This half-elf girl, who should have been her niece, had finally become a true demon. In the name of the moonlight goddess. Liv said this resolutely, and her entire body suddenly emitted a huge aura. The treants and elves in the battle formation also made various hand gestures, and the light of the Silver Moon Immortal City dimmed, and all of it was focused on the golden arrow. The first of the 3 elven bows, the moonlight cloud bow. The white-robed woman's beautiful face revealed a trace of a mocking smile. This is a godly weapon that has been truly blessed with power. Unfortunately, those clowns have long fallen, and you are a pitiful wretch who has lost your protection. You can't even use a 10,000th of its full power. Even if you use the position of the elf empress to gather all the faith power of the elves with a secret circle, so what? You can't even hurt a hair of mine. Before she finished speaking, Liv, whose power had been brewed to the peak, loosened her fingers, and a golden light shot out from the bow. Although Liv's strength was only the peak stage of the demon overlord, she condensed the power of the entire Silver Moon Immortal City on her body. She shot it through the godly weapon, the moonlight cloud bow. This arrow carried an unparalleled, invincible, and unavoidable power. It flew toward the white-robed woman like lightning. Even the superpower house next to Liv couldn't see the trajectory of this arrow. They could only faintly feel the strong blurriness caused by the high-speed tearing of the space along the way. As the white-robed woman said, this arrow condensed the power of all the Silver Moon Immortal City. It also carried the faith and hope of the elves. It was the strongest blow. In a split second, all the changes had stopped. A golden arrow was gently clamped between 2 fingers, and all of its power was extinguished like a strangled candle. The power of an ant. The white-robed woman sneered contemptuously. Not to mention you, even the moonlight goddess Serenet, can't destroy the true will that I have. As she said, the golden arrow that seemed to be metallic suddenly turned into wood. The arrow feathers also turned green like a new bud from a tree branch. It instantly shattered. The shattered arrow swept past the face of the white-robed woman, and several bloody marks actually appeared. The white-robed woman didn't expect that the arrow that she disdained would have such a change. It even hurt her. The hostility in her right eye grew. She clenched her hand into a claw and waved violently. Liv, who wanted to shoot the second arrow, trembled suddenly. Her movements froze. At the same time, the treants and elves in the formation also froze. The wound on the white-robed woman's face had healed in an instant. She did not look at the elves again and walked in another direction. Queen Liv's lips moved, and she used the last of her strength to say a name. Blanche! The name Blanche made the figure of the white-robed woman stop. She didn't look back, but her left eye became more and more empty. My name is Quiriana. When the last 4 words came out, Liv and all the elves and treants in the formation turned into dust and drifted in the air. The Silver Moon Immortal City, and even the entire jadeite forest, was ignited with thick smoke. In the sky above the frozen sea near the jadeite forest, the 5 streams of light that were originally flying towards the plain of nightmare also noticed the blood clouds and thick smoke in the distance. They immediately changed their direction and flew over. Quiriana was still walking slowly, as if she was the messenger of the netherworld. Everything around her was destroyed. The Silver Moon Immortal City that was originally like a fairyland turned into a sea of fire purgatory. Her footsteps stopped. In front of her was a graveyard, the graveyard of the half-elves. The half-elves were despised by the elves. After they died, they couldn't enter the elven graveyard. They could only be buried in this simple wasteland. This was Quiriana's destination. Standing in front of the graveyard, she slowly opened her hands and chanted an incomprehensible syllable, as if she was summoning some special existence. Black gas emerged from the graveyard. It was faintly filled with endless resentment and hatred, condensing together. Quiriana's right eye glowed with a strong bloody light. Her white robe turned crimson red. The shape of the black gas quickly began to change. It gradually turned from invisible to tangible, as if it was a weapon. Chapter 1222. The black smoke gradually solidified, and a dark golden long whip could be vaguely seen. The blood-red color in Quiriana's right eye became increasingly intense, and she revealed a cold smile. At this moment, the surrounding black smoke suddenly changed, and the wound on her face that had originally healed reappeared. It turned green, and it was still moving as though it was some kind of changing charm. Quiriana let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. She covered her right eye, and blood oozed out from between her fingers. It was green blood. It turned out that Empress Liv's arrow was not just an ordinary attack. After being stimulated by a certain aura in the graveyard, it had unleashed its true killer move. The attack was too sudden. Even though she was the leader of the 3 rulers of the abyss, she still suffered from a serious internal injury. This was definitely not an accidental accident, but a premeditated plot. To be able to predict such a situation, it must be that fellow, the fellow who made her descend in an incomplete form. That fellow, after dying, actually schemed against her again. The City Empress had risked her life to shoot that arrow with the artifact, the Moonlight Cloud Bow, for this purpose. Damn it! Her roar resounded through the sky. Quiriana's right hand had already grasped the dark, golden long whip tightly, and a terrifying violent aura had instantly filled the entire space. She swung the long whip forcefully, and it struck the ground. The ground of the entire Silver Moon Immortal capital trembled, and cracks appeared everywhere. Magma spewed out of those bottomless cracks, and the elves who didn't manage to escape in time were turned into ashes by the terrifying fluctuations. The blood-red color of the clouds in the sky reflected the burning ground. The most exquisite green capital and artistic gem of the past had become a scorched purgatory. Quiriana panted slightly and released her hand. The wound on her face had completely disappeared, and the green energy had also evaporated. However, there was a faint crack in her right eye. This internal injury had only been temporarily suppressed, and it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. Quiriana was about to completely destroy the remaining elves when she suddenly narrowed her eyes. She raised her head and saw a few streams of light rushing towards her from the distant sky. In the blink of an eye, there were already 5 figures in front of her. These 5 people represented the pinnacle of strength in this main plane. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Chinrue, and Rala. When the great enemy, the Abyss, arrived, the two sides that were originally hostile finally reached an alliance. The war between the demon realm and the surface world also came to an end for the time being. However, they did not withdraw their troops. Instead, they were on standby in the Jinyao territory. Just as Chenrue was planning to return to the demon realm to look for Satan and the others, the third supreme angel received an urgent message from the church and learned about the Nightmare Volcano's eruption and the Iron Gate Kingdom's destruction. As it turned out, the Abyss had descended on the Nightmare Volcano. The five of them made a prompt decision and headed east together. Originally, they wanted to go to the already destroyed Iron Gate Kingdom. But on the way, they discovered the strange state of the jadeite forest. A third of the huge forest had actually been burned down. As a result, the five of them changed their destination and came to the scene immediately. However, they were still one step too late. The entire Silver Moon Immortal Capital, as well as the entire elf clan, had been annihilated. Is that you? Blanche. Looking at the familiar half-elf face and feeling another familiar, hateful gaze, Chinrue took a deep breath and said another name. No, I should call you Quiriana. I said that we would meet again soon. Hearing the name, Blanche, Quiriana's eyes flashed, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. This smile was full of sharp, murderous intent. The person in front of her had first defeated her at the Tree of Nature and destroyed the Gate of the Abyss that she had spent 20,000 years on and was about to succeed. Then he destroyed her main altar and destroyed her projection. She had told this person that they would meet again soon, because in another 100 years or so, she would be able to truly break through the authority barrier and descend to the main plane in her complete form. Now that she had been hastened by Illusial's tricks, the meeting had also been brought forward. At least it's faster than I thought. Chinrue smiled slightly. He was as calm as water, but he was fully alert in his heart. He was always on guard against the other party's attack. This was no longer a projection, but Quiriana's real body. Race, half-elf, body of curse, comprehensive strength assessment, SSSS+++, physique SS+++, strength SS+++, spirit SSS+++, speed SSS+++, analysis, hate, danger level, extremely high. Chinrue only knew today that, unlike the S++ between the peak stage of the demon overlord and the kingdom, there was actually more SSSS+++ between the peak stage of the false god and the god level, which was a higher level. The comparison of this strength level was just like the Super Saiyan in the manga Dragon Ball that he had read before. Super Saiyan was also divided into 3 levels: Super Saiyan, referred to as Super 1, Super Super Saiyan, referred to as Super 2, and Super Super Saiyan, referred to as Super 3. The difference in strength between each level was very big. In the elements world, he had already experienced the peak stage false god strength of the major elemental envoy, Super 2. In fact, even though it was the elements world, due to the sealing of a certain taboo power, the strength exerted by the major elemental envoys was a certain amount of water. Of course, infinite rebirth in the elements world was considered an additional cheat. Without the assistance of the 7 artifacts, Chinrue's strength was only equivalent to between Super 1 and Super 2 when he first entered the elements world. It was not until he desperately comprehended the heavens' integration power of gods of Heaven Mirror that he stepped into the Super 2 level. Michael and Satan were originally only a step away from Super 2. Under the stimulation of Chinrue's strength, they stepped into the Super 2 level 1 after another. Gabriel, Benhong, Raphael, and Rala, who had obtained a part of the goddess of elements' divine power, were already infinitely close to Super 2. They could break through at any time. Chinrue was now proficient in controlling the incomplete heaven's constellation fusion power, which was equivalent to proficiently controlling the highest strength of Super 2. He suppressed Michael and Satan, faintly becoming the strongest powerhouse of the 2 realms. However, the strength of Quiriana in front of him was a notch higher. SSSS+++ was equivalent to Super 3, and she was at the peak of Super 3. Perhaps only Chinrue, who completely integrated the gods of Heaven Mirror, could compete with her. The strength of the three rulers was probably at the Super 3 level. Quiriana was the strongest, Sosbak was the second, and Delothro was the last. No wonder back in the Sea of Death, Delothro's projection alone reached the level of Beyond One and could compete with Satan. Although Satan held back at that time, Delothro's strength was indeed at the peak stage false god. The Water Elemental King once said that the strength of the three rulers of the abyss was extremely terrifying, but they were still not gods. Then SSSS+++ should be the last level leading to God level. In any case, facing Quiriana this time would be the biggest test ever. Chinrue was about to put Rala into the star-conferring platform, but the fairy Miss Long's firm voice had already sounded in his mind. Chinrue hesitated a little and did not immediately put away Rala. Rala's greatest wish was to fight side by side with him. For this reason, the fairy dragon was willing to take a huge risk and accept the inheritance of the elemental realm. She was almost scared out of her wits. If he put her into the star-conferring platform now, from Chinrue's point of view, he was worried about his lover's injury, but from Rala's point of view, it was a kind of negation. It negated her efforts and strength that risked her life. Then, let's face the crisis together. As soon as Chinrue turned his head, he met Rala's gaze. There was no need for soul talk, as they already had a telepathic connection. There were thousands of words, but no words were needed. Rala's wrath of 6 elements had great lethality beyond ranks. It was a combat power that couldn't be ignored. Moreover, Quiriana seemed to have been attacked by some special power just now. She suffered a lot of damage, and her strength was weakened a lot. With Rala and the 3 supreme angels around, it might be the best opportunity to defeat Quiriana. When Quiriana saw that the enemy she hated actually dared to be distracted when facing an enemy like her, the murderous look in her eyes was even more intense. She locked her eyes firmly on Chinrue. Michael's voice sounded, "Quiriana, your opponent is us." Michael was naturally arrogant. He had once boasted that he was the person closest to God. The 3 supreme angels were also the rulers of the surface world. Now that the abyss had descended on the surface world, it was tantamount to invading his territory. Now that Quiriana had taken the initiative to attack Chinrue, the 3 of them were ignored. He couldn't help but be angry. As soon as the sentence came out, Quiriana's gaze shifted from Chinrue to land on Michael. Her sharp smile instantly turned into disdain. "You are just a lowly divine light attendant. If you had the protection bestowed by God back then, you might be able to fight against me now. Unfortunately, you have long since lost the protection of Master. You can't even withstand a single blow." Quiriana's tone was filled with undisguised disdain. However, what kind of existence was I when you had God's protection? In front of my true will, I didn't even have the interest to look at ants like you. Chinrue's heart moved. The information revealed by these words was unknown to him previously. It vaguely revealed some major secrets. Michael and the other 2 were called Divine Light Attendants by Quiriana. At the beginning, Ben Hong also called Michael the Tendant who fooled the gods. Combined with the Gods Association of the Super System, the 3 supreme angels were probably the oracle of a certain god. That's right, the god of light. The protection bestowed by gods should be the divine power that the gods gave to the oracle. It was similar to the bonuses of star sealing and star enhancement. From Quiriana's words, if the 3 supreme angels still had God's protection, they could compete with her. That was equivalent to the strength of SSSS+++. In this way, it could be inferred that Michael and the other 2, including Satan and Ben Hong, were survivors of the twilight of the gods. Since the god they served had fallen and went to God's protection, their strength was greatly reduced. They relied on their own training for many years to recover bit by bit. Quiriana's last two sentences were even more shocking. During the strongest era when Michael and the other two had God's protection, her true will was even disdainful of these ants. Then Quiriana's so-called true will should be at the God level. Then, what form of existence is she in now? What is the relationship between the abyss and the gods? Why does she want to destroy everything? For a moment, Chinrue's heart was filled with doubts. If I wanted to choose the first person to kill, it would also be him, not you. Quiriana's gaze returned to Chinrue. Such contempt made Michael's face turn pale. He glared at Chinrue fiercely and quickly formed a triangular formation with Gabriel and Raphael, surrounding Quiriana. Chapter 12:23. The three supreme angels turned into three white shadows, and the kingdom instantly fused together, producing a mysterious resonance. Like an ancient oracle, a huge power set off monstrous waves, rushing towards Quillian from all directions. The oracle formation. Chinrue had experienced this move before. Even his polar star transformation was completely suppressed when he was caught off guard. The huge wave suddenly paused, and its direction actually began to change. It began to spin, and instead sucked in all the power that was surging towards it. The source was the gently dancing fingernails. The fingernails that were as sharp as knives rotated gently. It was just a casual movement of his left hand, but he was able to play with the enormous power of the entire oracle circle in his palm. What kind of power was this? There was no longer any anger on Michael's face, only unprecedented seriousness. With a loud shout, the vortex of the oracle formation suddenly changed. It actually borrowed Quiriana's own power and turned into a huge halo. The light, flames, and everything else in the vicinity all gathered towards this halo. This attack had not been launched yet, but it already vaguely contained the true might of heaven and earth. It was as if there was a small universe within this halo, abundant and unstoppable. Sinner who has lost his way, accept the guidance of the light of cleansing. The power of this light of cleansing was so shocking that even Chinrue was moved. Back when they were fighting in the Golden Glory territory, the three heavenly angels did not use this move on him. This was not because they were lenient, but because this move required a considerable amount of time to prepare. Judging from the current state of the three angels, they had also paid a considerable price. During the battle in Jinyao territory, the three had originally thought that the oracle formation would be able to take down Chinrue. They did not expect his strength to exceed their expectations. Before they could use this ultimate move, both sides were already injured. Later on, Rala's elemental fury was used in time, and Chinrue's words resolved the battle, so this killer move naturally did not appear. Now that Quiriana had brought an unprecedented sense of danger to Michael and the others, how could they still hold back? They paid a hefty price and immediately used this killer move. Within the ring of light, the space around Quiriana began to compress rapidly under the terrifying pressure around her. Her body began to distort, as if she could collapse at any moment. At that moment, Quiriana's distorted figure moved. This time, it was her right hand that held the whip. As soon as the dark golden whip was waved, Chinrue felt that the nearby space seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. The halo of the light of purification, together with the small universe in it, was torn apart by a huge force. With one whip, he shattered the light of purification and the oracle circle of the fused kingdom. The strongest ultimate move of the three angels combined was no match for a single whip from Quiriana. Looking at Quiriana, who had recovered from the distortion and the cunning smile on her face, Chinrue was shocked. Is this the strength of an SSSS plus plus plus? The white light on Michael and the others had dimmed a lot, and their facial features were bleeding. Clearly, they had suffered serious injuries, but the oracle circle had not completely collapsed. Michael looked at Quiriana, who had a cynical look on her face, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Let's go. The three angels had worked together for many years, and they could be said to be telepathic in battle. After sensing Michael's determination, the formation immediately changed. They did not surround Quiriana, but appeared in front of Quiriana in a 3-in-1 combination. Chinrue only felt a change in his vision. The formation of the three seemed to have become a flower, as white as snow, exuding the purest and most original aura. It was infinitely mysterious and vast, and the aura actually surpassed the light of purification from before. Original creation? No, it's the Book of Creation. Quiriana's eyes flickered, and she was slightly moved. Chinrue's eyes became solemn. In the space of the gate of the two realms, his aura had suppressed all the pinnacle fake gods, including the three angels, and it was inevitable that he had a trace of psychological contempt for Michael and the others. Now, that contempt was completely gone. If it were him, he might not even be able to take the previous light of purification head-on, let alone this move that was unleashed with the help of the Book of Creation. The Book of Creation placed in the Brilliance Shrine was actually brought out by the three angels this time, and it could even unleash such power. If not for the timely resolution of the grudge between the two sides in the Jinyao territory, the one facing this super ultimate move would be him. Chinrue was secretly vigilant. I must not underestimate any opponent, especially powerhouses like the three supreme angels who have experienced the twilight of the gods. The flower bloomed layer by layer. It didn't seem to have any special power, but under the indifferent brilliance, wisps of smoke rose from Quiriana's body, as if she was rapidly decomposing under some kind of burning, and her aura suddenly weakened. Chinrue's eyes lit up. Creation and destruction were originally extremes of mutual reinforcement and restraint, and the original creation was the greatest nemesis of the destructive power of the abyss, especially when it was an ancient creation treasure like the Book of Creation. No wonder Michael was full of confidence and took the initiative to challenge him. It turned out that he had such a great weapon to defeat Quiriana. Seeing that she was being suppressed step by step, Quiriana suddenly revealed a cold smile, and the blood in her right eye suddenly dimmed, and the blue in her left eye shone with a deep light. Her entire temperament suddenly changed completely, and the power of the Book of Creation could no longer cause such a strong restraint on Quiriana as before. This was the original creation power. Chinrue couldn't believe it. Quiriana, who could destroy everything, actually had the original creation power. The three angels were also shocked. At this time, even though the flower was becoming more and more lush and crystal clear, the damage to Quiriana was getting smaller and smaller. Quiriana smiled coldly and looked at Michael and the others with a gaze full of mockery and contempt, like a cat playing with a mouse. When things are extreme, the mysteries of the universe exist in one heart. How is it something ants like you can understand? You borrowed the power of the Book of Creation to pretend to be gods and stole faith for so many years, but you only have this kind of strength. How disappointing. A servant is a servant, after all. A dog that has lost its owner, no matter how glorious it is just a stray dog. As Quiriana was speaking, a green mark suddenly appeared on her face, perhaps due to the influence of the original creation power. A soft crack came from her right eye, and her words stopped abruptly. With a roar, countless cracks appeared on the sacred crystal-clear flower, and the cracks shone with a dark, golden light. The flower only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered, and the three figures shot out and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Their armor of faith was shattered. Another whip, and the oracle formation completely collapsed, and the three angels were seriously injured. The moment Michael and the others were defeated, everything slowed down. Surulin. Chinrue made his move. Before the oracle formation was formed, Michael's glare at Chinrue was actually a secret signal. Michael wasn't a hot-headed fool, and he wouldn't engage in internal strife against an enemy like Quiriana. Before coming, the five of them had discussed the tactics to deal with the three masters of the abyss. The three angels would distract Quiriana's firepower and attention, and Chenrue, who had the strongest individual attack power, would seize the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Michael's glare was actually just an insurance in case of an emergency. In his opinion, with the Book of Creation in hand, he should be able to defeat Quiriana, but who knew that an emergency would still happen. Quiriana actually transformed the original creation power and defeated the three of them. Even though Quiriana's attack was successful, it had clearly triggered some kind of injury. Now was the best time for her to use her old power, and she hadn't recovered yet. So Chenrue decisively chose to attack. Chenrue used the power of time. Just now, the three angels had already tested Quiriana's terrifying combat power. Facing such a powerful enemy, he had to use his strongest power. The fusion of the celestial star's decree required a certain amount of time, and for Quiriana, this bit of time was enough for new power and to suppress her injuries. So Su Rulin's goal was to seize the initiative. Time only slowed down for a short moment, and then returned to normal in an instant. Obviously, it couldn't last long under Quiriana's terrifying pressure. Su Rulin dissipated in a far shorter time than expected, and Chenrue was shocked because the celestial star's decree hadn't been completely fused, but the arrow was already knocked and had to be fired. Quiriana didn't attack Chenrue immediately because 6 colors appeared around her. The colors merged in the blink of an eye, like a rainbow returning to a prism, and became colorless again. The power of this fusion was superimposed, and it was almost an explosion of power. Elemental fury. Rala's timing was perfect. Quiriana's dark golden whip shook, and it turned into a protective circle around her. In the blink of an eye, she was swallowed by that elemental fury. The terrifying explosion caused the entire jadeite forest to tremble violently, and everything nearby was reduced to nothingness. The three angels and Chenrue didn't suffer too much of an impact. Even Michael and the others couldn't help but be moved by such power and control. Even Raphael had to admit that in terms of destructive power alone, this attack was even more powerful than his Holy Spirit soul suppression melody. However, everyone could still sense that Quiriana, who was in the center of the explosion, was still unmoved. The area around the whip didn't even have a single crack on the ground. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenrue had basically completed the fusion of the celestial star mirror. He turned into a purple meteor and charged straight at Quiriana. Quiriana had endured the power of the Book of Creation and the elemental fury. More importantly, the hidden injuries caused by the moonlight sea of clouds and moonlight bow were acting up. With the power of the whip exhausted, it could no longer block the purple meteor, and it was pierced straight through. Unable to dodge, Quiriana put her hands up in a defensive posture. The next second, the entire world shook and then became quiet. The remaining power of the elemental fury was completely suppressed by this great silence. The four's gazes were fixed on the two in the center. A layer of purple starlight solidified on Quiriana's body, as if she was imprisoned in some kind of condensed star crystal. She tried to exert force several times, but she couldn't break through the power of the starlight. Instead, the power of the stars locked her even tighter, and she couldn't move. This wasn't a simple fusion of the power of the celestial stars, but the result of Chenrue's constant training during this period. The profound meaning of seal on the star sealing platform. Originally, it could only be performed inside the super system, and it once imprisoned Ben Hong. Now, after the fusion of the power of the celestial stars, he could already perform it directly. This was Chenrue's strongest and biggest move. It was launched at the best time, and he finally succeeded in sealing Quiriana. Seeing that the struggle was getting weaker and weaker, Quiriana's right eye suddenly emitted a strong bloody light. The purple crystal was reflected into a crimson color by the bloody light. Quiriana's skin began to turn blood red, showing traces of golden veins. The purple crystal couldn't withstand such pressure, and a crack suddenly appeared on the surface. The crack instantly spread in all directions. With a bang, it completely shattered. Chinrue on the opposite side was shaken out. The star armor on his body was full of cracks, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After the transformation, Quiriana shook the scattered star dust on the whip and showed a creepy smile. The three supreme angels and Rala were so shocked by the power that they could hardly move. Their eyes were full of horror. Too strong. Chapter 1224. I remember you, because the first time I met you, you used a power similar to that of a divine kingdom to seal my clone. That kind of vast faith and life is not something these ants can compare to. Quiriana glanced at the three supreme angels with disdain as she said this. Your kingdom is quite special. It actually has the true form of true authority. No, perhaps it's not just authority. The power that you released just now actually directly harmed my origin. The strange thing is that you're not a god, and I can't sense any divine bloodline. I didn't expect that there would be such a special existence like you in this dead and silent main plane. If your strength grows, you'll be my greatest threat. So you must die. Quiriana's voice became even colder, and the dark golden patterns on her blood-red skin emitted an extremely frightening glow. At this moment, Chenrue's image became blurry, as if it was blocked by layers of glass. The structure of the glass was very mysterious, and it could reflect and refract all kinds of attacks. This glass quickly extended to the entire world, turning into a huge maze. Very exquisite elemental origin power, and I can even see a trace of elemental authority. Unfortunately, it's still unable to withstand a single blow in the face of absolute power. I don't even need to spend any effort to break through this maze. All I need is a whip. Quiriana lightly waved the whip in her hand, and the glass maze instantly shattered. Rala was violently flung away by the huge recoil, and the ground along the way was covered in blood. The only enemy worth facing, I will personally grant you the most glorious death. Quiriana's sharp claws slowly extended towards Chenrue, who was struggling to get up. Just this action in midair alone caused everyone to feel a strong sense of suffocation. Chenrue could clearly feel the approach of death, and there was no way to avoid it. He couldn't even think of running away. In the course of his growth, this was not the first time he had felt this feeling of absolute oppression, but it was very likely that it would be the last. The difference in strength was too great. Chenrue, Rala, and the three supreme angels couldn't shake him even if they joined forces. In this era where the gods were silent, Quiriana could be called the well-deserved number one, a truly invincible existence. There was one more thing in Chenrue's hand, a card, Lord of Darkness. It was a key formed by the 7 artifacts. This key could summon the eye that caused the gods to fall. However, Chenrue also remembered that at the moment of Illujal's fall, an eye appeared in the sky. Were these two related? Would something unexpected happen if he used this card in front of Quiriana? When Lucifer entered the King of Darkness, he had said that he only had one chance to use the supreme key. Furthermore, not only must you have the resolve to destroy yourself, you must also have the courage to bear the destruction of everything. Self could be understood as using life as a medium, and destroying everything meant destroying the world? While Chenrue was hesitating, Gabriel's voice sounded, "Don't use that!" Gabriel was also present when Lucifer was annihilated. Others might not understand what this card was, but Gabriel knew it very well. She knew more about this card, or the supreme key, than Chenrue. However, Chenrue already knew Gabriel's feelings for Lucifer. Was this because of her feelings, or because of the card itself? Quiriana frowned. Gabriel, who was rushing over with all her might, was sent flying again and fell to the ground. Quiriana didn't pay attention to Gabriel. Her eyes fell on the Lord of Darkness in Chenrue's hand. There was some doubt in her bloody eyes, but her claws didn't stop and slowly retracted in the air. The nearby space trembled under the terrifying pressure. The star armor on Chenrue couldn't withstand such a huge pressure, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the card. In the Jinyao territory, the original battlefield had been cleaned up, and the Demons' Coalition army had returned to the realm of demons. The captives and the corpses of the human coalition army in the previous battle in the realm of demons had been returned. Although these corpses would inevitably cause grief and hatred, this war with the realm of demons could no longer be fought. Although the battle on the plains was only a small skirmish, the demons had already shown great strength, and this strength was even above expectations. If they really fought to the death, the outcome was really hard to predict. But what could be predicted was that no matter which side won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. There would only be more deaths and injuries. The most surprising thing was the strength of the realm of demons' super powerhouses. The husband of the 3 empresses of the realm of demons, Aguil, could actually fight against the 3 strongest angels by himself. And this legendary husband also had a shocking identity, the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur. These were not the most important things. The human coalition army had already received a shocking news. That was, a large number of monsters had appeared in the Plain of Nightmares, and the kingdom of Iron Gate had been destroyed. From the king to the commoners, no one was spared. This was not an ordinary occupation, but a complete destruction that would make one's hair stand on end. It seemed that because of the appearance of this common dangerous enemy, the 3 angels and Aguil had turned from enemies to friends. They ordered to stop the war and went to the Plain of Nightmares together. The human coalition army stayed in the Jinyao territory to guard, and the realm of demons' coalition army did not disband either, staying in the Bloodclaw territory to await further orders. Both sides were watching and looking forward to the results of the battle in the Plain of Nightmares. However, no one knew that the location of the decisive battle was not in the Plain of Nightmares, but in the fairy capital of Silver Moon. Quiriana's terrifying power suddenly stagnated, as if it was blocked by something. This was an invisible force field. Although it was only a few meters in range, it enveloped Chenrue and prevented him from breaking through the force field. This was the absolute barrier of the robe of holy light. It created a protective force field with a diameter of 5 meters, which could defend against any form or strength of attack when one was unable to move. It lasted for 10 seconds and could be used once every 24 hours. Although he was unable to move, under such circumstances, 10 seconds was especially precious, giving Chenrue precious time to fuse the celestial mirrors of heavens on the spot. The King of Darkness in Chenrue's hand had already disappeared, leaving only dazzling starlight. The light of the celestial mirrors of heavens shone again, far more dazzling than before. The previous attack was fused with his limit, about 80% of the power of the heavens. Now he was trying to fuse 100%. This was an extremely dangerous attempt. In the battle in the elemental realm, he had fused the power of the stars beyond his limit and was almost destroyed. Fortunately, Lucifer performed a secret skill in time and drained his power of the stars, using it to confront the elemental goddess. Now Lucifer, who was sealed, would not appear again. Even if he appeared, he might not be able to drain such a huge amount of power. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. A tearing sound came from Chenrue's body. After the robe of holy light that was fused with the star armor had completed its mission, it was torn apart by Quiriana's power. One of the 3 holy items of light created by the creation vessel, the robe of holy light, was destroyed. Chenrue couldn't care so much. He hadn't completed the fusion yet, but he didn't retreat. His fist containing the power of the stars faced the sharp claw instead. He didn't use star diversion nor mirror body. That kind of temporary evasion or resistance would only reduce the determination in his heart. He only had one purpose, which was to use Quiriana's power to compress the power of the stars. If he failed, he would die for a righteous cause. He indeed did not have the determination to destroy everything. However, he was fully prepared to destroy himself. For the treasures that he protected, he would not cherish his life. Chinrue's fist had already landed on that claw. Under the terrifying pressure, he felt that the bones in his hand, the bones in his entire body, and even his flesh and soul were about to shatter. However, the determination in his eyes became even stronger. Just now, Quiriana had said that the mirror of the gods of heaven could hurt her origin. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning this attack, he would not retreat. Chenrue's golden pupils had already turned into a dazzling purple. His whole body was as dazzling as a star. Even Quiriana could not help but narrow her eyes under that dazzling light. This might be the last flash of light in her life. Cracks appeared on the ground under Quiriana's feet. Even when facing the light of purification and elemental fury, the ground had not been damaged, but now it cracked. Chinrue clearly felt that his body and soul began to burn wildly, and they might be extinguished at any time. There was still only one belief in his mind: move forward. At this moment, Rala, who was about to risk her life to attack Quiriana, suddenly sensed something. A nebula also shone on her body. It was the rainbow constellation. The fairy dragon looked at Chenrue, who was shining like the sun. She shook her body without thinking and actually merged into the starlight of the mirror of the gods of heaven. Chenrue only felt that his blurry mind suddenly became clear again, and his strength almost doubled. Quiriana's footsteps finally moved. She took a step back, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Then the second step. The 3 supreme angels watched in surprise as Quiriana slowly retreated step by step under the dazzling light. Damn it! Quiriana didn't expect that this dying guy could still burst out such amazing power. She shouted angrily. Her right eye burned, and her figure changed again. Sharp bone spurs extended from her shoulders and arms. A tail appeared behind her, and her blood-colored robe instantly turned into a dark golden armor. As soon as this change came out, the retreating footsteps suddenly stopped. The starlight that was peeling off the previous momentum also began to dim rapidly. However, at this moment, the green rune seal appeared on Quiriana's face again, and the cracks in the bloody pupil of her right eye spread more and more. Quiriana screamed and covered her right eye. Without hesitation, she turned into a bloody light and fled to the horizon, disappearing instantly. It was not that she didn't want to kill this enemy, but because the hidden injuries caused by the bow of cloud sea moonlight were far beyond imagination. If she continued to use this transformation to fight, her right eye would be in danger of collapsing. This is definitely not the power of the bow of cloud sea moonlight, right? That arrow, the arrow that turned into a green branch. It is the same power that induced me to descend and advance. It turned out that hasten birth was not as simple as I thought, but it attached a special existence imprint to me. That arrow caused the imprint to completely erupt, causing hidden injuries beyond expectation. Damn elf! Damn you, Elixir! I must remove this hidden danger as soon as possible, and then destroy everything, especially the enemy with the power of stars, just now. Chapter 1225. Watching the disappearance of the bloody light, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know the specific situation of Quiriana's injury, everyone was considered to have escaped a calamity in any case. The starlight on Chenrue's body gradually dimmed. The moment it was extinguished, the star armor shattered, revealing the terrifying wounds all over his body. His injuries were far more serious than they seemed. The bones of his right arm were basically completely broken, and the ankle of his left leg was also broken. He could only barely stand. His soul was unprecedentedly weak, and the fairy dragon in his left hand was already unconscious. Chenrue didn't understand why Rala could integrate into the gods of Star's mirror. He only knew that if the fairy dragon hadn't done so desperately just now, he would have been turned into ashes before Quiriana escaped. The injuries of the 3 supreme angels were also not light, especially Gabriel. After the collapse of the oracle circle, she suffered a heavy blow from Quiriana. It would be difficult for her to recover in a short time. One of the three holy relics of light, the crown of thorns, appeared on Chenrue's head and activated the divine healing spell. Now that the three angels were all allies fighting side by side, he didn't exclude them. Michael and Raphael both had light attribute physique. Although Gabriel didn't have the light attribute, as the oracle of the god of light for many years, she could also absorb the power of the light attribute well. Under the magical effect of the divine healing spell, the injuries of the three supreme angels were quickly stabilized. It was just that Rala still didn't wake up. Fortunately, judging from her breath of life, she should be fine. Chenrue's body and soul were seriously injured this time. The divine healing spell could only heal the surface. It was far from enough. He had to rest for a long time to recover. "Three of you." Chenrue retracted the crown of thorns and said, "Today's battle can only be described as lucky. We seriously underestimated Quiriana's strength. If she hadn't suffered some kind of injury beforehand and escaped because of the injury, I'm afraid everyone would have been killed today. Quiriana's strength is indeed beyond imagination, and we can't pin our hopes on her injuries." Michael was the first to speak. Although he was still quite wary of Chenrue, he had to admit that in the battle just now, Chenrue was the one who could threaten Quiriana the most. Even Quiriana herself called him the only enemy worth taking seriously. "I can't believe that even the Book of Creation can't do anything to Quiriana." Gabriel sighed. "Why can't I use that thing?" Chenrue asked the biggest question in his mind. "Are you ready to use it?" Gabriel asked after a moment of silence. Chenrue pondered for a moment and shook his head. Michael and Raphael didn't understand what that thing was. Gabriel said these words softly, and the two supreme angels were shocked. Raphael blurted out, "You can't use it." "Why?" Raphael's attitude made Chenrue want to figure out the inside story. "Taboo." Gabriel explained, "Restricted by certain taboos, we can't describe related things. If we violate the taboo, we will pay with our lives. So the secrets inside can only be explored by yourself." "It's still the same sentence," he said. "If you are not prepared, don't use that thing. It's best to never use it." Chenrue witnessed the Earth Elemental King more being annihilated because he revealed the secrets of the elemental realm. He understood that Gabriel's words were not an excuse. Michael thought for a long time and said, "I can only answer you like this. When facing Quiriana, if we don't use it, we may have a glimmer of hope. Once we use it, we won't even have a glimmer of hope." Chenrue was savoring the meaning of Michael's words when he heard Raphael said, "The most important thing now is how to contain the power of Abyss." Quiriana retreated temporarily, but those Abyss creatures will not stop. Chenrue frowned. "I only saw Quiriana today. I didn't see Sosbach and Delothro. If these two are out, how do we stop them? From the current intelligence, they have never appeared. If I guessed correctly, Sosbach and Delothro are probably not fully awake yet, or they are in a weak state." Michael said, "So the Abyss creatures will keep attacking. Their destruction can awaken Sosbach and Delothro step by step." "You mean the Lord of the Abyss can obtain power from the destruction of life by the Abyss creatures?" Chenrue showed a look of understanding. Gabriel added, "Yes, the Abyss creatures actually use the power of destruction to devour faith and life. A considerable part of this power will automatically be fed back to the Lord of the Abyss, and the negative emotions such as fear and despair will further supplement and enhance the power of the Lord of the Abyss. If the Lord of the Abyss itself directly destroys life, there will be no such effect. For example, with the destruction of the Silver Moon Immortal Capital today, Quiriana can't get the corresponding supplement. Her purpose here should be to take away that whip." "Humph! That whip must be the scourge left over from the chaos of the elves 20,000 years ago. If the elves were destroyed at that time, there would not be today. Alucier has to take full responsibility," Raphael said discontentedly. Chenrue had experienced the mirror world set up by Alucier, and he always felt that the elven prophet's means were definitely not that simple. Especially with Quiriana's strength, he could not think of anyone who could make her suffer such an internal injury. It was very likely that it had something to do with Elusier. Unfortunately, Elusier was already dead, and probably no one knew the various schemes he had set up when he was alive. The best strategy now should be to attack the Field of Nightmare and directly destroy the foundation of the Abyss, while Quiriana is injured and Delothro and Sosbeck have not fully awakened. Gabriel paused and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, we are all seriously injured now and can't fight. Even with Satan, Latrell, and the others, we are no match for Quiriana. Chinrue also felt that it was a pity. Now was indeed the time when the Abyss was at its weakest, but this weakness was relative. The Field of Nightmare was the headquarters of the Abyss. Not only was there Quiriana, but there was also Delothro, Sosbeck, and countless abyssal creatures. Going there rashly would only be courting death. In the face of absolute power, schemes were basically useless. In order to truly defeat the Abyss, one must have the strength to fight against the three rulers of the Abyss. Unfortunately, as Gabriel said, even if all the false gods of the two worlds joined forces, they would still not be a match for Quiriana. Chinrue thought about it and said, "The first thing we have to consider now is to organize our army to resist the abyssal creatures and prevent them from destroying the surface world. This can cut off the source of power of the three masters of the Abyss and delay their recovery. I'll go back to the demon realm to recuperate and then try to see if my strength can further break through." Hearing further breakthrough, Michael's eyes narrowed. Raphael said coldly, "There is a simpler way to cut off the source of power of the three masters. That is, before the Abyss makes its move, we first destroy those sources of power." Chinrue was shocked. His eyes emitted a frightening chill as he locked his gaze firmly on Raphael. "You want to become the fourth master of the Abyss?" Raphael did not show any weakness and sneered. "Don't pretend. That's not kindness, it's cowardice. Against an enemy like the Abyss, we must do whatever it takes. If that's the case, then I already have the resolve to use the paramount key." Michael frowned and said, "All right, stop arguing. This is not a good idea. Quiriana has already descended, and everyone has experienced her strength just now. Even if we really kill all the humans and demons, we still won't be able to defeat Quiriana. Moreover, losing believers is tantamount to cutting off the possibility of us advancing further. How are we going to fight against the Abyss then?" Gabriel also said, "We must unite the forces of the demon realm and the surface world, including the super experts, and work together to fight against the Abyss." Raphael looked at Gabriel and Michael and did not say anything else. Chinrue did not pay attention to Raphael and nodded. The Abyss descended in the Nightmare Plains, so their goal must be to use the Nightmare Plains as the center and expand everywhere. The destruction of the Iron Gate Kingdom is just the beginning. Our top priority now is to quickly reinforce the Ryo Empire. At the same time, move the civilians who have no combat power to a safe place in advance. If the war is really urgent, we can consider the Demon Realm as the place of migration. Move the humans to the Demon Realm? The suggestion left the three angels stunned, and Gabriel said, "I hope the situation won't be that bad." The two sides basically reached a consensus of the two worlds joining forces. The surface army was quickly mobilized to reinforce the Ryo Empire. Chinrue brought Rala back to the Demon Realm to recuperate. The Demon Realm army and forces were mobilized to reinforce the surface world. The three supreme angels once again gathered the super experts of both worlds to fight against the strong enemy. The news of the Demon Realm and the surface world becoming friends and reuniting spread to the Jinyao territory and even the entire human world. Almost everyone was shocked. A few days ago, they were fighting to the death with the Demon Realm's allied forces. Today, they were actually joining forces. The most shocking thing was actually not the union itself, but a shocking signal from this union. The three supreme angels actually could not destroy those monsters in this battle. That was why they were forced to ally with the Demon Realm. The elves were the most affected. This was because the elves had received the bad news that the Silver Moon fairy capital had been destroyed. Including Queen Liv, all the elves who had stayed behind had died. All the elves were indescribably sorrowful. The little Princess Michelle even cried until she fainted. The new elf prophet, Zelania, finally understood why her father, Alucir, insisted on entrusting the Tree of Nature to an outsider like Chinrue and not letting him return it on time. She even left a letter to the queen, suggesting that all the elites should be sent to join the human allied forces. It turned out that she had already foreseen the destruction of the Silver Moon fairy capital. At this moment, in the magic games of the surface world and the demon realm, an important announcement was released at the same time. This announcement also automatically appeared in every magic phone's text message. This time, the monsters attacking the surface world came from another world. They were the common enemy of all the surface races and demons. Their original form and habits were similar to the monsters in the magic games dungeons or siege activities. The army could consider targeted strategies and tactics. Not only were the monsters powerful and shocking in numbers, but wherever they passed, there was no chance of survival. There was no chance of surrender. If one wanted to live, they could only resist with all their might. Chapter 1226. The human coalition army stationed in the Jinyao territory began to urgently dispatch. They marched eastward in batches to the Ryo Empire for reinforcements. Many neighboring countries near the Ryo Empire appeared in a chaotic situation where groups of people migrated westward. After seeing the announcements in the magic game and the magic phone, the people's nerves, which were originally tense because of the battle with the demon realm, almost collapsed. This was because an enemy more terrifying than the demon realm had appeared. This enemy was so powerful that it destroyed the Iron Gate Empire and the Elf Silver Moon immortal capital. Even the strongest 3 angels of the Church of Light couldn't win when they went there. In this critical situation, humans were forced to join forces with the demons who were enemies before. However, the human coalition army mobilized quickly, but the temporary reinforcements of the demons never appeared, which made many people suspicious. Do the demons want to take the opportunity to attack from both sides with the monsters to completely exterminate humans? In fact, this was just a groundless delusion. The real reason was that the demon realm was now in a violent shock. The cause of this shock was not only because of the monsters that appeared in the human world, but also because of the shocking news from the demons' coalition army, which was the identity of the 3 empires' husband, Aguile. Aguile is a human, the only husband of the 3 empresses of the demon realm. The uncrowned king of the demon realm is actually a human. This shock quickly spread to all parts of the demon realm. Protests were everywhere, and many soldiers even refused to participate in supporting the army of the human world. If it weren't for the complete rule of the 3 empresses, it would have caused some kind of riot. No matter what contribution Aguile has made to the demon realm, no matter whether he is controlling the demon realm behind the scenes, he is still a human after all. The 3 empresses were unanimously remonstrated by the ministers, requesting Her Majesty Empress to divorce her husband and announce it to the world. However, the 3 Empress Majesties did not move, nor did they make any statements to explain this, until one day the Magic TV broadcast a film. This film was screened simultaneously on all channels of the demon realm, and there was also a live broadcast in the magic game. To be precise, this was a documentary shot from a third-person perspective. The content of the documentary could be said to be a personal biography. The first scene was a desolate estate. If it weren't for the steel of the estate, it was almost hard to imagine that it was the most prosperous estate in the demon realm, the Dark Moon Estate. The protagonist of the documentary was not the well-known Queen Jia, but a blonde human with golden eyes, the famous human financial officer, Chinrue. The golden-haired human slowly put on a mask. Next, many representative figures disappeared in front of the camera. The former top genius potioneer of the fallen angel empire Sandro, the former financial officer of the Dark Moon, Joseph, the top swordsman, Athena, the Dark Moon's Princess Royal Ja, the little Princess Alice. There was no superfluous narration, only light music, people involuntarily immersed in the story. From the increase and spread of people and buildings in the Dark Moon estate, it reflected the change of the entire Dark Moon estate from dilapidated to gradually prosperous. As the music grew more intense, a sorcerer hidden in the darkness appeared and bowed to the masked human. The scene of the war appeared immediately. Lord Josh's coalition army of the Red Spirit Estate, the former regent Obsidian of the fallen Angel Empire. The scene of the war was only a dozen seconds, but the scene was quite grand. The shooting angle was constantly changing. The battle formation duel, close-range combat, close-up shots. The most eye-catching was the Dark Moon's Undead Legion, and the commander of the Legion was the sorcerer. The intense, dynamic picture gradually froze. The scene of Ja holding the sword of fallen angel and all the army surrendering appeared. Beside Ja was the cloaked man covered in blood with a head in his hand. It was the head of Regent Obsidian. This was the process of the fallen angel empire's Empress Ja counterattacked Regent Obsidian and pacified the fallen angel empire. The cloaked man who always followed the Empress was Aguile, who was the rumored dead Chen Rue. As everyone knew, the prosperity of the Dark Moon Estate and even the entire fallen angel empire, the human Chen Rue, who was known as the first internal affairs minister, was the most critical figure. However, from the current situation, not only internal affairs, but this hidden human also dominated the entire war. The music slowly transitioned from excitement to simplicity and solemnity. In the picture, the masked man put on the crown for Ja, and Ja sat on the throne, announcing that the Princess Royal had truly ascended to the throne as an empress. At the same time, it cut into the scenes of the fallen angel capital, the development and prosperity of various estates, as well as the alliance with the Shadow Empire. The attractive music immediately became heavy. A large map appeared in the picture. On the map, countless densely packed armies gathered toward a stronghold. The place was marked as the Warlock Fortress. The stronghold was enlarged, showing the fierce offensive and defensive battlefield. Then the former Bloody Empire's Emperor, Raisin, appeared. The masked man fought desperately to protect Ja, and he almost died. Fortunately, the Shadow Empire's Catherine came and finally repelled Raisin. Subsequently, the three parties began to negotiate. The masked man pointed to the map of the three empires and made a joint gesture, but Raisin shook his head resolutely. He raised his fist and pointed to the Iron Fist estate of the Bloody Empire. The audience all understood. It turned out that after the Battle of the Warlock Fortress, Chen Rue proposed the idea of a three empires alliance, but it was rejected by Raisin. Raisin's proposal was to hold the Demon Realm's first martial arts conference in the Iron Fist estate 2 years later. In the gentle and elegant music, the scene of the fallen angel empress wedding appeared. The slender hand with white gloves was placed in the palm that stretched out from the cloak, and the whole country was celebrating. The picture gave a close-up of Ja. In the purple eyes of the indifferent Her Majesty Empress, there was a rare gentleness. The beauty shown at this moment almost made everyone fall in love. During this period, there were also various pictures interspersed. People reading newspapers, watching magic TV, drinking yellow wine, watching battle ball games, putting on magic game helmets, and so on. These popular things were all invented by Chen Rue. The picture and music changed again from celebration to panic. People crowded at the entrance of the magic bank, looking anxious and uneasy. The goods in the store were looted, and the streets were full of martial law soldiers. This scene was still fresh in many people's memory. It was the economic crisis that suddenly broke out at that time. The picture of the economic crisis gradually faded, and it switched to the fallen angel empire, where a military parade was being held. At the military parade, people not only saw new weapons such as magic guns, but also saw the powerful ancient guardians that they had never heard of. Behind these guardians was the figure wearing a cloak and a mask. The visual angle changed again, and the scene was the Bloody Empire's #1 martial arts competition. In front of the cloaked man, his opponents were knocked down one by one. The most intense was in the semi-final against the little girl Lolly, who easily defeated Raisin the Great. In the end, the cloaked man won. The opponent in the final was the Shadow Empress Catherine. The two confronted each other, and the background music became sad. The cloaked man seemed to be talking, but Catherine just looked at him quietly and said 2 words. Although there was no sound, it could be distinguished from Catherine's mouth. "It's worth it." These 2 words were still remembered by the people of the Shadow Empire. The cloaked man slowly took off the mask, and it was another unfamiliar face. Now, everyone understood that it was precisely because this face wasn't her true face that it was the answer that Igual gave to Catherine. Then Catherine and Chunrue interlocked their fingers. In the middle of them was a cute little girl. The light and soft music made the audience feel warm and happy. After the warmth and happiness, there was peace and tranquility. The 3 empires signed the formal contract of alliance, but it was not over yet. There was an unexpected scene. In a place where the sun shone, a woman was imprisoned. Beside her were 2 angels, one with 8 wings, and the other with 12 wings. The cloaked man lured the 12-winged angel away, defeated the 8-winged angel, and rescued the woman. As the camera zoomed in, the subjects of the Bloody Empire recognized the woman immediately. The current Bloody Empire's empress, Tiffany. The man stretched out his hand. Tiffany hesitated for a moment and finally slowly put her hand in his palm. This was a close-up. Not only Tiffany, but the 2 previous empresses also had similar close-up. Although this scene was brief, the story between Empress Tiffany and Chunrue was evident. Defeating the legendary angel also showed Chunrue's powerful strength. It was said that the Demon Realm Coalition army who returned from the battlefield in Jinyao territory described that they saw with their own eyes that Igual fought against 3 12-winged angels by himself. It was said that the 3 12-winged angels were the 3 supreme angels who were the strongest and closest to God in the human world. Then, isn't Chunrue the real top powerhouse of the 2 realms? Finally, it was the ending. With the marriage of the 2 empresses and Chunrue, the demon realm entered a truly prosperous and peaceful era. In the last scene at the end, Chunrue stood on the high platform and looked ahead. Below him was an endless army of ancient guardians. Then this picture gradually faded away layer by layer. Finally, it stopped for a moment in his deep eyes, looking into the distance. All the images disappeared, and the entire documentary ended. The scene at the end of the credits, including the fading figure and the deep gaze, gave countless people a strong sense of familiarity. This was the opening of the magical game, Endless Warrior Online. In the magical game, this opening had a slogan that everyone knew. True courage is not to conquer, but to protect. There was no narration in the entire documentary, but the subtext "protect" in the final scene had explained a lot of things. After the documentary was broadcasted, the many voices of dissent in the demon realm suddenly quieted down. People had personally experienced this process from turbulence to peace. The documentary described the facts without any exaggeration. No one could deny that the demon realm had today's situation. Chunrue, the human named Aguile, played an irreplaceable key role. He created unprecedented peace and prosperity with his own hands, and all the people were beneficiaries. Most of the emotional stories between him and the 3 empresses were only briefly mentioned. But it was obvious that the 3 empresses and him not only had a relationship of interests, but they were also partners in the same boat. More importantly, strength. Chunrue himself was the strongest powerhouse of the 2 realms. He also had countless powerful ancient guardians at hand. Almost no force or individual could match him. The strength and wisdom he possesses are beyond imagination. If he wants to, he can easily collapse the entire demon realm without even using force. There is no doubt about this. Everyone should still remember the bank currency crisis that year. This was what Empress Jia said in an interview with the Empire Channel. Catherine the Great said, although the Confederacy was facilitated by him, he never really controlled the Confederacy. He eliminated the war in the demon realm and brought peace and development. This prosperity will continue to go on. This is a promise he gave me, and he interpreted this promise with his actions. The past, present, and future will still not change. The demon realm is his home. Tiffany the Great's words were the most concise. The next day, all the newspapers published these 3 sentences of Chen Rui. I have a dream. The people in this land, far away from barrenness and war. I have a dream. I will always protect this home and the people I love. I have a dream. We don't have to hate each other. We don't have to conquer each other, because what we have and what we protect is beyond what can be obtained by conquest. Chapter 1227. I have a dream was actually just a dream. It might be able to touch some people, but in this real world where power was respected, a dream was just a dream. Although it was magnificent and moving, it was ultimately a bubble that would burst at a touch. However, some things really existed and were not bubbles. The entire documentary, including the Queen's speech at the back, was actually vaguely emphasizing a fact. The demon realm was under the control of this human. No matter how touching the documentary was and how touching the words of I have a dream were, it was actually just a way for the demon realm to accept and recognize. It was just a way. At the same time as the release of I Have a Dream, a huge fortress appeared over the Bloody Claw estate of the Bloody Empire. The army of ancient guardians continuously walked out of the fortress. The destination of these armies was the door. There is no doubt that they were the reinforcements sent to the human world. The ferocious crystal beasts, the graceful lamp spirits, the neat assembly puppets, the huge crystal beasts, and the titans, not to mention others. The number of assembled puppets alone reached about 20,000. When the Demon's Coalition Army fought against the Human Coalition Army, they dispatched thousands of assembled puppets, which already shocked the audience. The number of assembled puppets in front of them was 20 times that of the Demon's Coalition Army at that time. If these reinforcements were compared with the Demon Realm Coalition Army on both sides, many people sadly discovered that the Demon's Coalition Army was not an opponent. These forces were probably just the tip of the iceberg of the power at Chen Rui's hands. At the end of the documentary, the Endless Ancient Legion was by no means fabricated, but it really existed. It was not difficult for Chen Rui to conquer or destroy the demon realm. This was the real cruel reality. From the Dark Moon at the beginning to the current 3 Empires Alliance, the entire demon realm had been firmly branded with Chen Rui, which was indelible. This human had extremely powerful forces and personal strength. Any denial or resistance was futile. Those who submitted would prosper, and those who resisted would perish. That was all. Under the effect of the emotional card and the deterrence of strength, the shock of the demon realm gradually subsided. Countries carried out a series of defense work with all their might as required. The coalition army began to redeploy to prepare to support the human world and actively respond to the orders of the 3 empresses and Royal Highness Chen Rui. The people of the surface world did not know about the earthquake that was happening in the demon world. What they were paying attention to was another earthquake. Rio Empire, Thorn Fortress. On the walls of the fortress, rows of soldiers held magic rifles and bows in their hands. More than 10 magic crystal cannons on the turrets were ready, and the catapults in the rear had also been set up. The soldiers' gazes were all focused in front of them, and they all had nervous expressions. One of the soldiers lowered his head and felt the rifle in his hand trembling slightly. It wasn't a trembling due to nervousness, but the entire ground around the fortress began to tremble slightly. Many people tightened their grip on their weapons and felt their hearts trembling. Before the battle had even begun, his courage had already turned cold. It was no wonder that the soldiers were like this. Those monsters were too ferocious and had an irresistible force. Following the destruction of the Iron Gate Kingdom, the other two vassal kingdoms of the Ryo Empire, the Luochi Kingdom and the Red Embellishment Kingdom, were also quickly destroyed. The monsters did not stop moving and extended their claws towards the Ryo Empire. The three cities in front of the Thorn Fortress were almost razed to the ground overnight and turned into silent ruins. Now, the Thorn Fortress would face these terrifying enemies. Could they defend it? Could they survive? Everyone's heart was in a tight knot. The voice of the commander behind them sounded. Brothers, comrades, the Thorn Fortress is the last barrier of the capital Fandisian. Facing such danger, Her Majesty Rambus did not flee like many nobles. Instead, she defended the capital. Her Majesty, our parents, wives, children, and friends are all behind us. We must defend it with our lives. With these words, the soldiers regained some of their morale. Behind the soldiers, there was a row of men and women wearing various armors and holding weapons. They looked solemn as well. They were the Templar powerhouses of the Ryo Empire. The weakest among them had reached the level of pseudo-holy demon emperor. Among them, there were three whose strength had reached the level of a nation. After the last door, the Holy Mountain of Light once again summoned the super powerhouses. This time, it was for the super powerhouses of the human world. However, in terms of the number of people who responded, it was far less than the last door. During the door, everyone only needed to stand by and watch. Originally, the super powerhouses did not want to participate in the war between ordinary people, so they could use this opportunity to stay out of it. This time, it was obviously to fight against the monsters that suddenly appeared. It was said that even the three supreme angels could not solve the problem. The war between the demon realm and the human world even stopped because of this. Humans were selfish. In such a situation, who would be willing to be cannon fodder? The danger of destroying the world was just an alarmist. Didn't the Church of Light look down on the common people and control everything? Now that the Holy Mountain of Light is here, there are false gods like the three supreme angels. When is it our turn to save the world? They just needed to watch. It had nothing to do with them, so they just let it go. From this point of view, it was understandable. However, these people had underestimated this crisis or the severity of the catastrophe. Without the skin, where would the hair attach to? Even if they could rely on their strength to avoid it for a while, how could they avoid it forever? The trembling of the city walls became more and more intense. The entire ground was shaking as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping in front of them. Soon, a crimson-red line appeared in the distant sky. From afar, it looked like a surging torrent, surging and quickly approaching. An endless number of monsters, a suffocating pressure, rushed towards them. The roars and roars gathered together, and it was as if an invisible hammer was pounding on their hearts. The catapults behind them started to rumble, and the lit boulders were hurled towards the torrent of monsters, causing them to explode in the midst of the dense horde. At the same time, the magic crystal cannons shot out a deathly white light. Circles of exploding light spread out in the group of monsters, turning all the monsters within the range into nothingness. If it was an ordinary army, no matter how brave they were, this kind of casualty would definitely cause a certain degree of fear in the hearts of the soldiers. However, the monsters did not know what fear was. They did not slow down at all and still maintained their terrifying pace as they rushed forward. Due to the need for cool down, the magic crystal cannons stopped after firing for a while. Only the catapults were still attacking, but the power of the catapults was much inferior, and they could only attack a fixed range. Rifle team, open fire! Under the command of the commander, the riflemen who had already aimed at the enemy fired one after another. The one rushing at the front was a kind of thin and weak little monster with sharp claws and an exaggerated mouth that occupied half of its face. The two rows of protruding fangs looked particularly ugly. In the hail of bullets, the little monsters fell to the ground one after another. However, the soldiers found that the toughness of the seemingly small monsters' bodies was much stronger than expected. The damage of the magic gun to them was also lower than expected. Many of the little monsters fell to the ground after being shot several times. This kind of strength was at least at the peak of the soldier level higher demon, or even reached the master level demon king. With such strength, even in an ordinary kingdom, it could become a small captain or a small commander level of the army. However, among these monsters, it was just the lowest level of cannon fodder. Steady! Steady! Shoot their heads! The commander shouted. Archers, fire! Magician team, get ready! In the magic game, this kind of monster was also the lowest level soldier in the dungeon. The latest version had restored the names and characteristics of the dungeon monsters and made them public. This kind of little monster was called a crevice demon. Sometimes it could become a huge mutant that could shoot fireballs. The weakest part was its head. Even though the firepower of the rifles and arrows was very fierce and killed many crevice demons, the monsters didn't just blindly charge forward. Rows of sharp objects began to fly out from the flood. They were very powerful, and when they landed on the city walls that were strengthened by the barrier, they actually penetrated through. They were bone spikes. Be careful, it's a violent demon. Make sure to take cover. Violent demons were stronger than crevice demons and could shoot bone spikes from a distance. Many archers and gunners on the city wall were shot by the bone spikes and died on the spot. Some even fell off the city wall. The attack of the bone spikes became more and more concentrated, so the long-range troops on the city wall could not come out. Their firepower was greatly reduced. The torrent of monsters below was quickly approaching the fortress. At this moment, the team of magicians was finally ready. The moment the spell ended, countless fiery meteors fell from the sky. Both the crevice demons and the violent demons were annihilated by the rainstorm-like fire meteor shower. Their attack was greatly weakened. Just as the defenders were catching their breaths, dozens of figures appeared in the meteor shower. The fiery meteors that filled the sky suddenly changed direction and flew towards the stronghold. The defenders were all shocked, but the fiery meteors soon disappeared. Rows of fully armed people appeared on the city wall with powerful auras. The saint-level masters of the Templar Church had made their move. In front of them was a woman in light golden armor. She floated in the air with a burning whip in her hand. It was this whip that drew the fire meteor shower of the magicians back. Fire which, without any hesitation, the masters of the Templar Church flew up and dashed toward the fire witch. Flames and light were everywhere. People screamed and fell down from time to time. The monsters below were already close to the city wall. There was no need for siege or climbing equipment. The overlapping monsters directly climbed up the city wall. When they reached a certain height, they directly jumped onto the city wall. Many defenders were forced to switch from long-range attacks to close-quarters combat. The number of Templar warriors fighting the fire witches was also decreasing rapidly. The situation was getting more and more urgent. The fire witch in the air suddenly paused and turned into ashes. A huge gap appeared in the torrent of monsters in front of the city wall. The gap quickly expanded, and the monsters attacking the city were all pushed back. The masters of the Templar Church finally made their move. The super masters were indeed extraordinary. After a few moves, the spreading power of the Templar Church stopped the torrent of monsters. The approaching monsters were all turned into ashes. The soldiers all cheered. However, the masters of the three big countries didn't feel relaxed at all. They could feel that the impact of the monsters was getting stronger. If there were only hundreds or thousands of monsters, they were confident that they could eliminate them easily. However, these monsters weren't in hundreds or thousands, or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. There was only one word to describe them: endless. The masters of the three big countries were shocked. They felt that their Templar Church was torn apart by an extremely sharp force and disappeared. Then they saw two figures at the front of the torrent of monsters. They had extremely strong bodies and ferocious looks. Their bulging muscles had patterns that looked like natural armors. They had a pair of bone wings that looked like wings on their backs, and they held a huge sword in their hands. The cheers on the city wall all quieted down. Rather than saying it was quiet, it was more like they were choked by the suffocating atmosphere. The source of all this was the two monsters with huge swords. Lord of the Abyss. The tide of monsters surged forward again. The masters of the three big countries couldn't divert their attention to attack the ordinary monsters anymore. They had been locked on by the two Lord of the Abyss. The three of them felt the threat of death at the same time. They looked at each other and said, "Let's fight!" The three figures dashed toward the Lord of the Abyss like lightning. Wherever they passed, three huge gaps were torn in the crowd of monsters. At the same time, the swords glowed and swung in a deadly trajectory. The three gaps were quickly filled. After that, there was no more movement. The bloody clouds in the sky reflected the burning fortress below. Chapter 1228. Demon Realm, Dark Moon Estate. Rala slowly opened her eyes, and her vision turned from hazy to clear. Inni. The fairy dragon blinked her beautiful eyes hard. She took the glasses handed by Isabella and sat up from the bed. "How long have I slept?" "More than 10 days." Isabella poured a glass of water and handed it to Rala. "Is he okay?" Rala still remembered the desperate battle with Quiriana before she lost consciousness. The bones of his right hand are broken, and his left foot is also fractured. Isabella looked at Rala's nervous look and smiled slightly. "However, that guy is an unkillable cockroach. Most of his injuries have recovered now, and he will come to see you every day." "Oh," Rala responded casually. She felt sweet in her heart. In fact, when she heard that Chinrue was fine, she was already relieved in her heart. That guy has been in the limelight recently. He even broadcast a documentary on TV. Isabella was talking to Rala about the recent events. The door in the room opened, and a small head popped out. It was Duo. "Auntie Rala is awake." The little girl jumped over happily and got into the fairy dragon's arms. Rala held Duo, looked at the child's father who walked in behind her and smiled. "Auntie Rala, why did you sleep for so long?" Duo hooked her arm around Rala's neck and swayed. "Duo is so worried about you." "My Duo baby is the best at doting." Rala kissed the little girl lovingly. "Auntie Rala, you promised to take me to do that experiment last time," Isabella said. Duo, Aunt Rala hasn't fully recovered yet. Let's do the experiment next time. Aunt Inni will take you to weave a wreath first. Didn't you say you wanted to make a hat for little Daudu?" "Sure." Isabella held the Dwedwa's hand and walked out. When she passed by someone, she didn't forget to pinch his waist. Chinrue knew that Inni had given him the opportunity to be alone with Rala, so he could only express his gratitude with an expression that said, "I like being tortured by my aunt. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Two voices and two sentences rang out at the same time. They were exactly the same. The two people looked at each other and smiled. "Your hand doesn't seem to have recovered?" Chinrue stroked the fairy dragon's purple hair and said with a smile, "It's almost healed, but it's not suitable to fight for the time being. Do you still remember the situation when we fought with Quiriana?" "I don't remember very clearly." Rala shook her head. "Quiriana is too powerful. How did you defeat her?" "I didn't defeat her. She had some problems, so she escaped." Chinrue explained the situation at the time. "However, we can't count on this kind of accidental appearance. Quiriana will definitely recover and suppress that kind of injury as soon as possible. If we meet again, I'm afraid there won't be such a fluke. You have to know that we only encountered a hate Dominus. The fear Dominus and despair Dominus haven't appeared yet. Even if their strength is inferior to Quiriana, they are definitely far better than us. Therefore, we must enhance our own strength as soon as possible." Rala sighed. "My current strength has reached a bottleneck. Even if there is a training ground with time rule, it is quite difficult to improve further. If Ben Hong is still here, maybe she will have a way. It was not the first time that Chenrue heard someone mention Ben Hong. After a moment of silence, he changed the topic. Actually, what I want to ask is, when I used the celestial star's mirror at the end, how did you integrate into my power? You seemed to disappear at that time, but I felt that my strength had almost doubled. Doubled? Rala's eyes lit up, and then she showed a thoughtful look. I only had one thought at the beginning, which was to sneak attack Quiriana and distract her. But when you desperately integrated the celestial star's mirror, I suddenly had a special feeling, like a summon or a resonance caused by some kind of soul traction. So I didn't use the stronger elemental kingdom power, but displayed the kingdom power of the rainbow constellation. As a result, the resonance feeling became stronger, in fact, I don't know what the consequences of doing that would be. I just wanted to do that involuntarily, like some kind of instinct. Chenrue was lost in thought. Due to the effect of the link and the star sealing platform, the linked people could enhance each other's strength when fighting together. But it was the first time that Rala directly integrated into the big move of the celestial star's mirror. Rala had already said the speculation in Chenrue's heart. If Ini, Athena, Kia, and the others, that is, all the people who are apatheosized in that world, are integrated into it, then the power of your move will be, Chenrue nodded. It should be possible, but the danger is also certain. Let's not talk about being in a coma for more than 10 days like you. If I fail in the battle, then everyone will be buried with me. This may be the only hope. In any case, we have to give it a try. I will go back and tell Athena and the others that they can try to practice together when they are practicing at ordinary times. Chenrue frowned and said, Don't rush, let me think about it. I know what you are worried about. Didn't we make a vow to live and die together? Rala took a deep look at Chenrue, Ini, Athena, Kia, Catherine, and the others. Everyone is like this. Even Paglio and Lomont regard you as a partner who has entrusted their lives to you. No one will be afraid to retreat, and no one will let you fight alone. If one day you are really gone, I won't exist in this world. Chenrue did not wait for Rala to finish and held her hand tightly. Let's fight together. The fairy dragon's eyes were firm. This time, everyone is together. Chenrue felt Rala's determination, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. Blue Glory Empire's capital, Festina. Palace. The Thorn Fortress has been breached? Blue Glory Queen Rambus listened to the report of Supreme Commander Altos and took a deep breath. The speed of these abyssal monsters is much faster than expected. The terrifying term abyss was recently announced in the Magic game, including the names and information of monsters, such as Violent Demon, Crevice Demon, and Fiery Witch. It's not so much speed, but strength. Altos sighed. All the soldiers in the Thorn Fortress, including 42 Saint Church powerhouses and 3 kingdomized super powerhouses, died. In the beginning, the war was still in a stalemate. The Saint Church and kingdomized powerhouses were still able to resist the attack of the Abyss. However, 2 Abyssal Lords appeared in the Abyss army and killed the 3 national-level powerhouses. After that, the Abyss was unstoppable, and the entire Thorn Fort was razed to the ground. This battle lasted for only 2 hours. 2 hours? Rambus smiled bitterly. The fall of the first few cities was also caused by the internal strife of the Black Death Apostles. This time, there is no excuse for the defeat of the Thorn Fortress. I thought we were well prepared, but we still couldn't withstand a single blow. According to the intelligence, after the abyssal monsters destroyed the Thorn Fortress, they only rested for a while and have already started moving towards the capital. They will arrive in the eastern suburbs in 6 hours at the latest. 6 hours at the latest? How long until our reinforcements arrive? Altos sighed. General Sandro has already led the front line of the Allied army to travel day and night. However, due to the limited number of people using the teleportation gate, they can't travel this fast. According to normal calculations, they will probably arrive in 2 days. The Holy Mountain of Light has also sent a team of temple knights, but because the Church of Festina did not set up a teleportation gate, they can only teleport in batches from Yagda, and they can only assemble after the teleportation is completed. I'm afraid they won't make it in time. It seems that forbidding the Church from setting up the White Cliff teleportation gate is not a good idea. Lambes smiled bitterly. Actually, for many years, the two holy empires had never allowed the Church to set up a teleportation portal. This was a gesture and strategy by the two holy empires to weaken the control of the Church of Light. Unexpectedly, they were caught in their own trap. Altos nodded. The current situation is very urgent. Although all the defense forces have been activated and all the troops are in position, all I can do is try to buy some time for your Majesty to evacuate. Evacuate? Rambus shook her head slowly. I can't leave. Altos said in a deep voice, in the past few days, countless nobles and civilians have evacuated from the capital. They fled to Yagda, or took ships from Yagda to the west. Even the Speaker, Magnum, and the Parliament have evacuated. Your Majesty, I know you have the courage and faith to protect this country, but staying here now is just a waste of your life. Please leave the capital as soon as possible. I will stay and lead all the soldiers to live and die with the capital. I won't leave. Rambus stood up from the throne, and her eyes were full of determination. If the whole empire is destroyed, what's the point of my existence? From the moment I put on the crown, I already have the awareness to live and die with the empire. You are wrong, Your Majesty. Altos stared at Rambus. You are the hope of the Ryo Empire and the spiritual pillar of all the subjects. I believe that as long as Your Majesty is still here, the Ryo Empire will never be destroyed. Rambus glanced at Altos indifferently. Believe? This word doesn't apply to you and me, right? As a loyal subject of the former emperor, haven't you always suspected that I sent someone to assassinate Emperor Covalant? Haven't you been investigating secretly? Covalant was the former emperor of the Blue Glory Empire and Rambis's father. Because of the assassination, he fell into a coma and died. Therefore, Rambus successfully took over the throne. Then the investigation has long been stopped. Altos sighed. I am indeed old. Because I am old, I have a different understanding of many things compared to when I was young. Since Your Majesty ascended the throne, although there are many ways to centralize power to exclude dissidents, you are more cautious and conscientious in ruling the country. Under Your Majesty's leadership, the Ryo Empire has shown a momentum that has not been seen in the past 300 years. I believe that as long as Your Majesty has enough time, the Ryo Empire will definitely surpass the Long Huang Empire and become the #1 empire of the human race. As for other things, they are not important at the moment. Your Majesty has always been clear-headed, and you should understand the current critical situation. Although the Ryo Empire has been destroyed, Your Majesty is still here, and the elites of the empire led by Sandro are still here. Your Majesty and Princess Phyrai are still here, and the people still trust and support Your Majesty. Therefore, the Ryo Empire is not destroyed, and it will not be destroyed. Thank you, Altos. Lambes stared at Alto for the first time, as if this was the first time she met this old man. Lambes tried hard to hold back her tears. It's my honor to have you by my side, Alto said. Altos bowed deeply. It is also my honor, Your Majesty. At this time, a guard hurried to the door of the hall. Your Majesty! Urgent report. Rambus was shocked. The army of the Abyss has appeared? So fast? No, it is our reinforcements. General Sandro has led 300,000 soldiers to the western outskirts of the capital. This unexpected good news made Rambus very happy. She looked at Altos and ordered, Open the west gate immediately and let the reinforcements enter the capital as soon as possible. Chapter 1229. The arrival of the human allied army was like a timely help to the Blue Brilliance Empire, which was in danger. These 300,000 people were the vanguard of the allied army, led by the top general of the Ryo Empire, Sandro. Sandro had heard that the Blue Brilliance Empire was in danger, so he had rushed all the way and finally arrived at the most crucial moment. The main force of the vanguard was naturally the humans. Due to the speed of the march, most of them were lightly armed. Among the reinforcements, Rambis saw her most familiar ally, the elven princess Phyrai. Phyrai had brought 2 elven armies, magic rifles, and magic archers. As for the elven mage army, they were part of the subsequent reinforcements. The destruction of the Silver Moon immortal capital and the fall of the Elven Queen and the Elven Prophet had brought great sorrow to the elves. This time, they were also determined to take revenge. However, not all the elves participated in this dangerous battle. The elven swordsmen remained in the Jinyao territory to protect the elven princess Michelle. This was also just in case, to preserve the elven bloodline. The new prophet, Chi-Lanya, stayed by Michelle's side. It was not that Chi-Lanya was afraid of death, but that she had received the inheritance of the elven prophet and needed to further understand and digest it. At the same time as the leader of the new generation of elves, she was related to the safety of the entire elven race. She could not easily take risks. The orcs also stayed in the Jinyao territory. Strangely, the orcs respected the new elf prophet, Chi-Lanya, from the bottom of their hearts. They listened to everything she said. This time there was also a team of elven mages from the City of Wizards, Yagda, in the army defending the Blue Brilliance Empire. Mage Terran had also sent out 2 elite human mage legions. As far as mages were concerned, they were second to none in terms of combat power. The mage armies were not made up of mages who had reached a certain number of mages. Instead, they were truly well-trained battlefield mages. These mages could use special mageweds or other methods to link everyone's mana and mental strength together to release the same spell. The power of the spell cast was far greater than the sum of ordinary people. Other than the elves, there was also an army of dwarves. In the early years, after the 3 major dwarven tribes of the forest, hill, and cave tribes merged, the thick earth castle in the Black Rock mountain range within the borders of the Yangshao kingdom became the new stronghold of the dwarves. Therefore, when the Silver Moon Immortal City was destroyed, the dwarves who had already moved away were not affected. This time, the frontline army was led by the dwarf king, Orfgar. The dragons did not send any reinforcements this time. After the short, decisive battle in Jinyao territory, the dragons who participated in the battle seemed to have received an order from Dragon Emperor Pelgoris and left Jinyao territory immediately to return to Ryuzaku. According to the latest intelligence, the Abyss army had started moving towards the imperial capital after destroying the Thorn Fortress. It was estimated that they would reach the eastern suburbs of Vestian within 5 to 6 hours. Rambis made a prompt decision. She ordered the reinforcements to quickly rest, eat, and recover their strength. She also took out a large amount of high-quality equipment from the armory and provided it to the reinforcements. At the same time, she quickly held a strategy meeting with the senior generals. The participants were Sandro, Altos, Phyllis, and others. On the tall city wall, all the soldiers were ready for battle. All kinds of magic protection inside and outside the city were also activated. The most serious test was about to come. The air was filled with a strange silence. Especially after knowing that those kingdoms and cities had been destroyed, the atmosphere was even more depressing. At this time, they could faintly hear the sound of galloping coming from afar. The ground was slightly shaking. Obviously, the army of the Abyss monsters was approaching. The soldiers clenched their weapons tightly. There was determination, nervousness, and fear in their eyes. No matter how well-trained they were still living people. People would be afraid, but sometimes they also had emotions and strength that surpassed fear. The commander of the East Gate was Sandro, the representative of the young and strong army of the Ryo Empire. He was known as the #1 general. Sandro felt the nervousness of the soldiers. He did not use a long speech to boost the morale of the soldiers. Instead, he took a spear from one of his bodyguards and tapped it on the ground. His pace was neither fast nor slow. The tapping sound was especially clear. Gradually, more and more people joined in the rhythm. Even the usually proud and calm elves were affected by the atmosphere and started tapping along with the rhythm. The tapping sound became more and more uniform and vigorous. The original depression was swept away and turned into excitement. It felt like everyone had gathered into a powerful torrent, as if they were invincible and invincible. Fight! 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 The soldiers roared loudly. The first elf Princess Phyllis and the dwarf King Ulf could not help but look at Sandro in awe. He was indeed a famous human general. He used such a simple method to boost the morale of the soldiers. Everyone, prepare for battle! Sandro put down the spear and raised his long sword. The tapping sound of the weapons stopped immediately. At this time, the tremors on the ground became more and more clear. However, at this time, the soldiers' morale had already been ignited. They were no longer nervous and fearful. In the palace, Rambus sat alone on the throne in the main hall with a glass of wine in her hand. She heard the shouts of the soldiers in the distance. Looking at the wine trembling slightly, she said to herself, "It has begun." In the east of the city, a sea of red appeared in the sight of the defenders. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed red. The army of the abyss had finally arrived. Following Sandro's order, the catapults and the magic crystal cannons were launched at the same time. These were both long-range conventional weapons. Due to the cooldown problem, the magic crystal cannons stopped firing after one round. Only the fire meteors thrown by the catapults were still flying. As the terrain in the east of the Blue Glory Empire was extremely open and flat, the distribution of the abyss monsters was relatively scattered. The lethality of the catapults was not as good as that of the Thorn Fortress. Sandro did not order the Magic Rifle Legion to fire. According to the analysis of the previous intelligence, the defense of the abyss monsters was quite strong. If the distance was too far, the lethality of the magic rifle would be greatly reduced, and it would be a waste of ammunition. Seeing that the Crimson Wave was approaching, Sandro suddenly gave an unexpected order. "First Sorcerer Legion, get ready." The first Mage Legion was the Elven Legion of the City of Mages. The elves stood on top of the city wall and quickly chanted a joint magic. It was not a group attack magic such as Meteor Rain, but a relatively low-level earth magic called Earth Wall. The elves were extremely sensitive to elements, especially this kind of joint casting, which was far more powerful than ordinary single spells. Mounds rose up in front of them, and the mounds were getting higher and higher, connecting into a whole undulating earthen mountain. The terrain of the entire plain became hilly. This hilly terrain was quite exquisite. Not all the terrain became steep, but a few exits were deliberately left. Due to the little resistance before, the momentum of the army of the abyss was extremely fast. Under this sudden change, it was too late to react even if they wanted to, and they involuntarily rushed toward those exits. This meant that the entire scattered formation was concentrated together. At this moment, Sandro decisively ordered, "First Mage Legion, retreat. Magic Rifle, fire." All the magic rifles shot out tongues of fire almost at the same time. Due to the sudden change in the terrain, the abyss monsters rushing out of the exits were quite dense, and it was convenient for the magic rifles to focus fire. The crevice demons at the front fell one after another without any suspense. There was still a difference in the shooting. The elven gunners were extremely accurate, and they often hit the crevice demons between their eyebrows with one shot, severely injuring them or even killing them directly. Ordinary human gunners were obviously much inferior, but due to the terrain they had eliminated a large number of abyss monsters in the blink of an eye. Princess Feli secretly praised Sandro's commanding ability. She was a top student of the Starlight Academy and naturally could see that this tactic was quite successful. The earthen mountains created by the Mage Legion arrived at just the right time and distance not only separating the formation of the abyss monsters from the front, but also allowing them to enter the effective range of their magic rifles. It was as if the abyss monsters were actively cooperating to complete the task. The abyss army continued to rush forward crazily, as if the casualties at the front had nothing to do with them. More and more monsters rushed out of the exits, and the attacks of the magic rifles began to disperse, and the lethality was obviously reduced. At the back, the violent demons also began to appear, and they shot bone spikes at the direction of the city wall. Due to the distance, they did not cause too much damage. However, the distance was rapidly closing. Second Mage Legion, get ready. Sandro's voice sounded again, and another row of mages neatly walked up the city wall. In the distance, a bone spike broke through the air and was about to hit the mage. Just then, a steel shield appeared in time and blocked the bone spike. This was a large shield warrior of the dwarf race and was best at defense. Sandro had arranged for them to protect the mages and archers on the city wall. Soon, the Second Mage Legion had prepared a spell. It was also an earth element spell. But compared to the earthen wall, this spell was of a lower level, grease. The function of grease was to make the ground in an area extremely slippery, and it was difficult to stand on. With so many mages casting this spell together, the entire area under the city wall suddenly became a greasy pit. In a normal battle, grease was not lethal at all, and it was far inferior to quagmire, which could trap the enemy. However, in this environment, grease played a miraculous role. The abyss monsters were already very fast, and under the influence of grease, they could not control their body balance. When their companions behind them pushed them, they swayed left and right, and a large number of them slipped and fell. Even the violent demons could not shoot their bone spikes normally. Seeing this opportunity, the magic gunners and archers fired continuously, and the abyss monsters at the front were all annihilated by the fierce firepower. The morale of the soldiers was even higher. At this time, many cracks appeared on the earthen mountain that the elves had created. In the air, a female figure with flames all over her body appeared. As the flaming whip waved, the earthen mountain collapsed, revealing the abyss ocean behind it. Although they had used clever tactics to annihilate a large number of monsters, it was only a drop in the bucket for the entire abyss army. The real test had just begun. Chapter 1230. Night fell. The Blue Brilliance Empire's capital, Vestian, didn't have the tranquility of the night. The sky was brightly lit, and various dazzling lights flashed from time to time amidst the roars. The battle on the west side of the capital had reached its climax. The sky and the ground were fighting fiercely without any regard for their own lives. The ground in front of the city wall was riddled with holes, and many places were permeated with high-temperature blood red. The magma-like blood red was formed by the melting bodies of the abyss monsters. There were still many corpses that hadn't melted in time, piled up like a mountain. Arrows and magic bullets rained down from the top of the city wall, constantly preventing the crevice demons and violent demons from approaching. Even so, the torrent of the abyss continued to advance, and many monsters near the city wall had begun to climb. Casualties gradually appeared among the defenders. Most of them were injured by the bone spikes launched by the violent demons during the attack. The violent demons had 6 bone spikes. Although they could only be launched 6 times at most, there were too many of them. Under the intensive attack, even the big shield warriors of the dwarf tribe couldn't protect all of them. There were more and more abyss monsters near the city wall. Looking from afar, the blood-red sea was constantly hitting the city wall. The waves were stacked higher and higher, quickly approaching the top of the city wall. Sandro didn't panic. He gave an order to the First Mage Legion. The elf mages walked to the top of the city wall in an orderly manner, ignoring the monsters near them. They didn't dodge the flying bone spikes either. They began to quickly cast the magic that they had been preparing for a long time. A dwarf warrior next to an elf mage waved his shield half a beat too late, and the elf was nailed by the flying bone spikes. He fell to the ground dead. 2 other elves were attacked and fell off the city wall. They were instantly drowned by the monsters, but the rest of the elves weren't afraid. They cast the magic that Sandro ordered. Gravity spell. For a moment, all the monsters below the city wall, including the large area in front of it, slowed down. The monsters that were originally overlapping and climbing the city wall also fell down. But this wasn't the real purpose of gravity spell. The sound of gears in the rear sounded one after another. The catapults that had long adjusted their angle and distance were launched together. At the same time, the magic crystal cannons that had been extinguished for a long time were also launched. The boulders thrown by the catapults weren't ignited like before. Instead, they were tied with a special magic bomb. This bomb was produced by the City of Mages, and it was partly made by the elves. There were no fuses or complicated magic triggers, but some kind of firing pin that could cause a powerful explosion under a violent impact. When Chun Rue was traveling in Yagda, he was amazed when he saw this kind of bomb. It was very similar to the aerial bombs he knew in his previous life. Attracted by gravity, the catapult's projectiles accurately landed on the Abyss army in front of them. Boom, 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 boom. The ground of the entire imperial capital trembled violently. The cumulative power of the continuous explosions was far greater than that of a single explosion. Large swathes of empty space appeared among the originally densely packed monsters. The magic crystal cannons were aimed at the monsters at the bottom of the city wall. As the white light shone, the night sky was illuminated as if it was daytime. The blood-red torrent of the abyss turned into nothingness. At this time, arrows and magic rifles would also be affected by the gravity. The defenders on the city wall stopped attacking and hid in the parapet and other bunkers. The dwarven warriors formed a shield to protect the archers from the explosion. The effect of this tactic was quite obvious. The endless blood red in front of the city wall turned into a large vacuum. The abyss monsters suffered a huge loss this time, but Sandro's expression did not relax. The defenders of the imperial capital had been holding on to the city wall. With the cooperation of various tactics, they had paid a very small price in exchange for a huge number of enemy casualties. If this was an ordinary battle, there was no doubt that it would be a glorious victory. However, this was not an ordinary battle. They were not facing an ordinary enemy now, but an almost endless number of monsters without fear. Although the battle was fruitful, the overall number of the Abyss army did not decrease significantly. After such a fierce battle, their stamina and energy were rapidly declining, especially the magic power of the mages. Even if Sandro deliberately arranged for them to take turns to rest, it could not keep up with the speed of consumption. If this battle continued for a long time, he was afraid that the effect of the gravity spell was about to end. Sandro took a deep breath and did not think anymore. He raised his long sword and ordered, "Adjust the angle of the catapult. Second Mage Legion, prepare your magic. Templar, clear the enemies approaching the imperial capital from the sky." The number of people participating in the battle in the sky was much fewer than on the ground, but the momentum was far greater than on the ground. The most conspicuous thing was the crisscrossing flames. These flames stayed in the air like ropes that did not disperse for a long time. These ropes were left by the mutated elite fiery sorceress, which had killed many Griffin Knights. The strength of an ordinary fiery sorceress was generally at the level of Demon Emperor, and a small number of mutated ones could reach the level of Demon Overlord. This fiery sorceress was a mutated elite who had entered the kingdomization stage. She had a special flame talent. When she used her talent, there would be a trail of flames wherever she passed. Many griffins could not change their direction in time and directly crashed into the flame wall. They turned into firebirds and fell together with the knights behind them. More than half of the Griffin Knight Legion had been lost, but they succeeded in attracting most of the enemy's air power to the sky, so the allies on the ground could not be affected. The mutated elite fiery sorceress, who was slaughtering the Griffin Knights, suddenly turned around. Her long whip flew to the back and entangled a rapier that was about to stab her. The rapier was held in the hands of a male elf. It was the super powerhouse of the elves, Pross. The fiery sorceress yelled, and the flames on her long whip grew stronger. The rapier in Pross' hand turned red under the high temperature. Pross groaned, but he still held the long sword tightly in his hand. His strength was originally on par with the fiery sorceress, but because he was good at the power of fire, the damage he could do to the fiery sorceress was greatly reduced, and he was firmly suppressed. If it weren't for the Griffin Knights, who constantly disturbed the fiery sorceress with their javelins, Pross would have been seriously injured, even if he was not dead. Looking at Pross, who was struggling, the fiery sorceress revealed a hideous smile. Suddenly, she shook and her smile froze on her face. Her whole body began to freeze rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she had been frozen into an ice cube and fell down. Pross had rich battle experience. With a shake of his body, he intercepted the ice block in midair. He gathered all the power of the kingdom in his hand and punched the fiery sorceress, who had been frozen into an ice block, into pieces. Kale, say thanks. If you had come a little later, my soul would have gone to meet the moonlight goddess. Pross looked at his old friend in front of him and sighed. Kale's strength was at the peak of the kingdom, 2 levels higher than Pross. However, judging from the wounds all over Kale's body, he had experienced a more dangerous battle. Take care of the Templars and Griffin Knights, Kale panted. I'll go to Lady Tulsa and see if I can help. Tulsa was the only demigod elder left in the elves, and also one of the controllers of the Tower Forest. This time, she was protecting First Princess Feli to Vastian City. Queen Liv was Tulsa's niece and also her disciple. The destruction of the fairy capital of Silver Moon infuriated Tulsa. If it weren't for Sandro and Feli's dissuasion, she would have killed her way into the army of the Abyss. The power of a demigod was undeniable. The reason why Sandro kept Tulsa alive was just in case. He didn't want her to waste her power prematurely. In fact, this consideration was correct. After eliminating the vanguard of the army of the Abyss, 2 terrifying elite lords of the Abyss appeared. Their strength had reached the demigod level. If it weren't for Tulsa, the city wall would have been broken. Tulsa's original intention was to drag the battle between the demigods into the army of the Abyss. She could use the aftermath of the battle to destroy the army of the Abyss. Unlike ordinary practitioners, the Lords of the Abyss did not have a kingdom or a territory, but their power was pure. These 2 elite Lords of the Abyss were far stronger than ordinary demigods. Under their joint attack, Tulsa was actually at a disadvantage. Moreover, the pressure from the army of the Abyss shocked even Tulsa. If she rashly rushed into the enemy's army, it was very likely that she would be engulfed by the endless waves. Similarly, this battlefield could not be dragged into the capital, so Tulsa made full use of the kiting tactic of a mage. She led the 2 lords of the Abyss into the air, spread out her kingdom, and trapped the 2 enemies in the middle. After Kale S.A. joined in, the pressure on Tulsa was finally reduced a little, and she was basically able to maintain the stalemate. The fierce battle continued until dawn. Many cracks had appeared on the blood-stained city wall, and the ground under the city was covered with boiling magma. This night's battle was maintained at the highest intensity, and no one could remember how many abyssal creatures were killed or how many enemy attacks were defeated. Even with the geographical advantage and the cooperation of various tactics, the defenders still lost a third of their men. This showed how fierce the battle was. The bodies and minds of those who were still alive were in a state of extreme fatigue. They could only mechanically carry out the commander's orders, holding on with their last bit of courage. They were like a taut bough that could break at any time. The battle in the sky also continued, but the number of people on the side of the Ryo Empire was decreasing. What was terrifying was that the army of the Abyss did not show any signs of fatigue, and their numbers were still endless. This made the defenders feel despair. Her Majesty Rambus is here. Empress Lambes appeared in front of everyone with the imperial guards of the imperial palace in full armor. "I will fight side by side with all of you, and we will live and die together." Rambai's simple words made the originally low morale rise again. Her Majesty did not escape like the other nobles, but stayed and vowed to fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The soldiers all raised their weapons. However, Sandro and the other generals knew that this was just to quench their thirst with poison. Their forces were almost at their limit, while the army of the abyss was still unfathomable. More terrifyingly, a considerable part of the army of the abyss had already bypassed the west gate of the imperial capital, crossed over the mountains and rivers that were originally natural barriers, and started to attack the other 3 gates where the army of the abyss was weaker. This showed that not only were the abyssal creatures powerful and fearless in battle, but they also had a considerable amount of intelligence. Rambis glanced at Princess Philly. The first elf princess's charming face was covered in blood, some of it from her companions, and some from her. However, compared to her arrogant self, she had become more mature and steady. Princess Philly knew what Rambis wanted to say. She looked at her companions who were fighting in blood and shook her head slightly. Rambis took a deep breath and nodded. A large number of inferno witches flew over from the sky, and the flood of monsters on the ground swept over again. A new wave of attack had begun, and it was even more ferocious than before. "This is probably the last battle," many people said in their hearts, and they clenched their weapons tightly. Chapter 1231. Boom! It wasn't the city wall that collapsed first, but Tulsa's kingdom. The 2 strongest lords of the abyss were already too much for Tulsa to handle. Even with Kale's help, they were barely on par with each other. Kale's strength couldn't withstand a blow from the Lord of the Abyss. He would be turned into ashes if he was touched by the giant sword. He could only use Tulsa's kingdom to fight with all kinds of magic skills. It was already his limit to hold on until now. In many cases, quantity couldn't replace quality. If it weren't for the 2 elite lords of the abyss, Tulsa wouldn't be afraid even if there were double the number of fiery witches. However, they were now exhausted and on the verge of death. The abyssal army launched another wave of attacks. A large number of fiery witches swarmed over from the sky. The crazy attacks of the fiery witches, regardless of the casualties, were the last straw that broke the camel's back. 2 sharp sword lights flashed, and Tulsa's kingdom finally couldn't hold on anymore. It was torn apart. All she could do was use the last of her strength to condense a high-intensity wind blade the moment the kingdom collapsed, and cut off the arm of the Lord of the Abyss that was charging at Kale. However, the Lord of the Abyss was extremely strong. Although it lost its arm, it didn't stop attacking. It cut Kale, who had lost the protection of the kingdom, into 2 halves. The sword carried a horrifying sharpness. The body of the peak of Kale's kingdom couldn't resist it at all. The 2 halves were instantly torn into pieces by the sharp wind and disappeared without a trace. Tulsa was furious. However, her kingdom collapsed, and even the last bit of power was used up. She couldn't help it at all. What made her even more desperate was that she sensed the dangerous demigod-level aura in the sky and on the ground again. There should be a new elite Lord of the Abyss. The attack of the fiery witches not only destroyed Tulsa's kingdom, but also all the resistance in the Blue Brilliance Empire. The Griffin Knights and Church Templars were almost all killed or injured. The situation on the ground was also critical. The magic gunners and archers, who lost nearly half of their firepower, were obviously weakened. They couldn't stop the crazy Abyss army. The magic power of the mages had long been used up. Even if Sandro had great commanding skills, he couldn't turn the situation around in the face of such an absolute difference in strength. Wave upon wave of abyssal monsters quickly approached the city wall and began to climb. The enchantment of the city wall had already been completely destroyed. Many powerful abyssal monsters stepped on the bodies of their companions and directly jumped up the city wall, killing a large number of archers and gunners. The dwarven warriors with large shields displayed their powerful close combat ability. The monsters that rushed up the city wall were either knocked down or chopped into pieces by the axes. The bravest one was the dwarf king, Orpheus. He was like a meat grinder, turning the nearby abyssal monsters into pieces. Rambus and Phyllis also personally went into battle under the protection of their personal guards to boost morale. However, as more and more monsters climbed to the top of the city wall, the defenders suffered more and more casualties in the fierce close combat. The situation quickly became one-sided, and the entire city wall seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The golden sword in Rambise's hand glowed with blue waves. As she waved it, the abyssal monsters in a fan-shaped area were all wiped out. As an emperor who dealt with thousands of affairs every day, she hadn't fought such a high-intensity battle for a long time. This sword consumed a lot of strength. Just when she was about to reach her limit, she suddenly felt a sense of danger. The last female guard beside her suddenly rushed up and blocked in front of Rambus. 2 flying bone spikes pierced through the young girl's chest and abdomen. The crevice demons behind her rushed up and threw her to the ground. Tears appeared in Rambise's eyes. She gritted her teeth and swept her sword again. A storm-like power shot out. The female guard and the crevice demons behind her were torn apart by this sword. However, her whole body was on the verge of collapse, and she had no strength to swing her sword again. She didn't retreat because the others were fighting with their lives on the line. In the current situation, even if she retreated, the result would be the same. Less than half an hour had passed since Rambus arrived at the top of the city wall. She couldn't hold on anymore. It was hard to imagine that the soldiers had fought with these monsters for a whole night. Now that the situation was hopeless, the only choice they had was to fight to the death. At least, as an emperor, she didn't choose to run away cowardly. Life choices couldn't be reversed, just like when she chose to make a deal with that man. If she had chosen the other way, would he have appeared today regardless of everything? Just like how she faced everyone at the Holy Mountain and faced the supreme angel to save the woman imprisoned by the church? Deep in her heart, she envied that woman. However, life couldn't be repeated and choices couldn't be made. Since she had made her choice, she couldn't regret it. If she had chosen him back then, she would have followed him without hesitation, no matter if it was the demon realm, the rebellion, or losing everything. The truth was that she had chosen the throne. Even if she was alone, even if she was facing death, she would continue to walk down this path. This was her, Rambus, Shibboleth, looking at the sky that was covered by blood clouds and flames. Rambus calmed down, even though she felt death approaching like never before. Suddenly, Rambus felt the light in the sky dimming. Was this the feeling of death approaching? No, it was a dark cloud. Giant dragons. Rambus finally realized what was happening. She was energized. The dragons' reinforcements. The Ryuzuku had finally sent out reinforcements. Hundreds of giant dragons appeared in the sky. They all breathed dragon breath at the fiery sorceresses, stopping the fiery sorceresses' ferocious charge. A figure appeared in front of the elf elder Tulsa at the speed of lightning. He grabbed the giant sword that was slashing at her with his bare hands, allowing Tulsa to escape the fate of being cut in half at the waist. It was a young man in silverlight armor. His face was cold and stern, and his facial features were chiseled. Groaz! Tulsa had already recognized this man. He was the elder of the Ryuzuku. His ability had reached the middle stage of the demigod level. However, Groaz had grabbed the blade in a hurry. He did not have enough time to use his full strength, and blood seeped out of his palm. If it were not for the fact that he was a saint dragon with an extremely tough body, his palm would have been broken. Groaz's reaction was extremely fast. Before the Lord of the Abyss could exert its strength again, he quickly punched the Lord of the Abyss chest. This punch contained the powerful strength of the middle stage of the demigod level. A hole appeared in the Lord of the Abyss chest, and its entire body was crushed. After eliminating the Lord of the Abyss, Groes moved. His hands turned into countless afterimages, and under the ferocious attack, the other Lord of the Abyss, who had lost an arm, also followed in its companion's footsteps. "Watch out!" Tulsa's voice rang out, and at the same time, Groes felt a sense of danger in his heart. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, the silver armor on his chest had already cracked open, and traces of blood could be vaguely seen. 3 more elite lords of the Abyss appeared in front of him. One of them was a middle-stage demigod, and the other 2 were beginner-stage demigods. These 4 lords of the Abyss were new reinforcements that had arrived later. Their strength was incomparable to the 2 lords of the Abyss who had fought for a whole night. Groes's heart skipped a beat. He flew down to the battlefield below, and the 3 lords of the Abyss followed closely. More and more inferno witches swarmed in from the sky. The dragons could not hold their breaths any longer. At this moment, Tulsa suddenly heard a strange roar. It sounded like some kind of mechanical sound. She turned around and saw a black mass behind her. They were huge and glowed with a metallic light. They were flying in the sky in an orderly manner, and their formation was like a huge, moving castle. "Construct war dolls." Tulsa, who was secretly protecting the elf princess, had seen such a huge war machine in the Jinyao territory. She did not expect to see it here. That's right, they are the army of the demon realm. She remembered that the demons had released thousands of war dolls, which had already caused panic among the human allied forces. However, the number of war dolls in front of her was at least tens of thousands. Is this the true power of the demon realm? If she had sent out these construct war dolls in the Jinyao territory at that time. Just as she thought of this, the dragons had already retreated, and the construct war dolls immediately attacked the Inferno witches. Their attack method was similar to that in the magic game. First, it was some kind of long-range missile. The missile's power was quite amazing. After hitting the Inferno witches, there was a violent explosion. Even the body of a demon emperor could not withstand it, and several companions nearby were instantly blown into pieces. The formation of the construct war dolls was very particular. They could be divided into 3 groups to take turns to fire. The whole sky was shaking. The flames and bloody light quickly faded in the strong tremors and smoke. The power of this group attack made Tulsa secretly speechless. Even a national-level powerhouse would probably be smashed into pieces under such a fierce bombardment. She then shifted her attention to the battle between Groes and the 3 lords of the abyss below. Groes did not fight head-on. Instead, he kept evading in a roundabout way, as if he could avoid a head-on battle. When the 3 lords of the abyss were chasing after him, one of them suddenly shook and was hit by a bolt of lightning that appeared out of nowhere. This bolt of lightning was extremely powerful, and even Dulce, who was proficient in wind magic, had to admit that she was inferior to it. The abyssal lord that was struck by the bolt of lightning was charred black, and it plummeted from the sky. Before it even had a chance to land on the ground, it was struck by a series of bolts of lightning, and it crashed heavily into the abyssal army on the ground. Then, a dark cloud condensed by energy appeared in the sky. The dark cloud poured out countless bolts of lightning, and all the abyssal creatures within the range were turned into charcoal. The ground was melted and solidified. The body of the Lord of the Abyss finally disappeared in the lightning. Tulsa looked at the huge figure that killed a beginner-stage demigod Lord of the Abyss with super strong lightning power in surprise. She blurted out, "Titan!" And it's a demigod-level Titan. With her experience, she naturally knew that such giants existed on the Island of Storms, but she had never heard of a demigod-level Titan. She could not imagine that the Titan giants, who had always been unapproachable, would actually come to support the Ryo Empire. Was it because of the dragons or because of the realm of demons? The next moment, countless bolts of lightning flashed at the same time, mixed with balls of roaring storms. The source was the neatly lined up Titan giants. There were at least 1,000 of them, The Titan giant's talent in lightning and storms was amazing. It was like thousands of magic crystal cannons firing at the same time. The surging Abyss army was instantly split apart, and a large area was instantly emptied. The blood red that had already surged to the top of the city was also replaced by pieces of crystal. Upon closer inspection, they were magical beasts the size of water buffaloes. Their bodies were crystal clear, as if they were made of crystal. The ferocity of these magical beasts was no less than the abyssal monsters. The monsters that had invaded the top of the city and inside the city were instantly wiped out. This scene stunned Rambus. She subconsciously turned around and saw an endless stretch of crystal behind her. There were also many huge figures and blue women wearing veils floating in the air. It turned out that the real main force of the reinforcements was not the dragons, but this powerful army that she had never seen before. Chapter 1232. Night fell again. In the capital of the Blue Brilliance Empire, the blood-red sky during the day had gradually recovered, and the shock that lasted for 2 days and 1 night had also returned to peace. All the corpses had been cleaned up, but the air was still filled with the pungent smell of blood. The city wall on the west side had been ruined, and the land outside the city wall was full of scars. The overall height seemed to have dropped by several meters, which showed how fierce the battle had been. The ground was covered with solidified dark red rocks, which looked like cooled magma. There were also many strange transparent things, which looked like some kind of crystal. Rambus stood on the broken city wall, staring at the lights in the capital, which were like stars illuminating the darkness. She had almost lost sight of the lights. She had almost lost sight of them. She had almost lost them from this world. Fortunately, the army of the Abyss had been completely annihilated. It was a total annihilation. In the battle, in addition to the dragons and the strange army, the reinforcements of the Church of Light had also arrived. This time, 2 legions were sent. One was the Temple Knights of the Tsang Thunder Temple, led by Pari, who was once known as the Sword Saint of Gale. Now, Pari was already a super strong person. The other was the Priest Legion, which mainly consisted of light magicians, led by Miranda, the disciple of Saint Eudora. However, what really changed the situation of the battle was that large number of strange troops of unknown origin. The monsters of the Abyss were not like ordinary soldiers. When the situation was lost or the leader died, their morale would plummet and they would even collapse without fighting. Even if there was only one monster left, they still rushed forward fearlessly, which was the most frightening thing. Only those who had experienced it themselves knew how terrible it was. After the reinforcements arrived, the army of the Abyss launched an even more terrible charge, but they were finally defeated by those strange troops. Of course, that army also paid a considerable price. At this time, Ardos walked in front of Rambus and whispered a few words. Lambes was surprised. She nodded and said, "Invite him over." Not long after, a man came to Lambes and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. If I remember correctly, I've met you once in the Templar. Your name is Lucio, and you're the external steward of the Templar. I think you were recommended by Bonnet." Lucio was a little surprised. What an honor. I didn't expect a nobody like me to be remembered by His Majesty. Nobody. Rambus shook her head and smiled bitterly. You must be joking, Lord Lucio. I should be the one feeling ashamed. There's a spy from another world right under my nose. Yet I didn't know anything. When Ardos told me that the army that saved the capital was from the demons, I was shocked. Lucio had indeed made a great contribution this time. If it were not for him leading the way, the alchemy army would not have reached the Ryo Empire so quickly. On the way, they coincidentally met Ryuzuko's reinforcements. Groas and Chunrue got to know each other through a fight on the Island of Storms. He and the leader of the Titans, Oshalos, could be considered old acquaintances. It was a good opportunity for them to join forces. Your Majesty, you think too highly of me. I am indeed a small fry. I am merely following Master's orders to guide this ancient army to support us. Your Majesty? Which Empress of the demon realm? Rambus frowned. Only a huge empire could have such a powerful army. From this, it could be seen that the combat power of the demon realm was far beyond their expectations. Fortunately, the battle in the Jinyao territory did not continue. Speaking of this topic, Lucio's eyes were filled with pride. He said, "My master is not the empress of the demon realm. Well, let me put it this way. The 3 empresses are all his wives. His Highness Seguile." Rambus was taken aback. She was no stranger to the basic situation of the demon realm. However, this time the news was delayed. After the battle in the Jinyao territory, the intelligence department of the Ryo Empire immediately received the relevant news. However, due to Rambise's consistent request, the intelligence department did not rush to report it. Instead, after repeated verification and confirmation, they finally confirmed that Agual was the Prince Arthur who died in the Holy Son's canonization hall. At that time, the witnesses were all heads of states, and they were ordered to keep quiet by the church. When the confirmed information appeared on Rambise's table, all Rambise's energy had been focused on the newly appeared abyss monsters. With the urgency of the war, Rambis had no time to deal with other affairs. After all, this was a major event related to the survival of the entire Ryo Empire. In fact, Agual is just an alias. Master is also an old friend of His Majesty. Old friend? Rambus suddenly thought of a certain scene at the New Moon Festival and the demons that were seen through by Raphael. She had a faint premonition in her heart. His Majesty should still remember the Holy Grail. Lucio's words confirmed the assumption in Rambise's heart. She couldn't help but be shocked. You mean Agual is him? The only husband of the 3 empresses of the demon realm, the real master behind the demon realm, is actually the man who almost became my husband, the 3rd prince of the Long Huang Empire, whom I resolutely gave up for the sake of power. Rambis had an inexplicable bitter feeling. With that man's power and character, his marriage with the 3 empresses of the demon realm should be more than just a relationship of interest. Why were those women able to have power and love at the same time? At the moment when she thought she was facing death, she was still unprecedentedly determined. Now that she was alive again, some things that she thought she had let go emerged in her heart again. She was an empress, after all. She was also a woman. But now that things had come to this, these thoughts were meaningless. Rambus withdrew her thoughts and sighed. This is a secret, but since you can tell me, I believe a lot of people already know. Master revealed his identity in front of His Majesty Rex of the Long Huang Empire in the Jinyao territory and stopped the war between the 2 sides. Rambus thought that Gabriel and Raphael actually had to join forces to compete with Arthur in the immortal capital of Silver Moon. And she couldn't help but nod. It's no wonder. With the strength he has now, he doesn't have to fear anyone anymore. Sir Lucio, please convey my most sincere thanks to Her Highness for your help. Everyone knew about the marriage storm between Arthur and Princess Mingzhu, and Lucio naturally understood it. He didn't know if his master had any unknown entanglements with this empress, so he didn't dare to hold back and bowed deeply. Sandro came over with a man and a woman beside him. They were the representatives of the Holy Mountain of Light's reinforcements this time, Pari and Miranda. Rambus bowed slightly to the 2. Sir Pari, Miss Miranda, it's all thanks to you this time. Pari shook his head and let out a long sigh. His Majesty's words make us feel ashamed. We seriously underestimated the power of the Abyss, and indeed didn't play much of a role. As long as His Highness doesn't mind us being in the way, it's fine. The Temple Knights had a certain restraining effect on the Abyss, but their numbers were not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the entire Abyss army. Instead, it was the Priest Legion that played a miraculous role in healing the wounded soldiers. Lucio was just the most miserable mercenary in the past, and he never thought that one day he would talk to big shots like Pari and Rambus like this. But now he was representing Chen Rue, not himself, so his back was obviously much stiffer. He just smiled at Pari, neither servile nor overbearing, and said, "You flatter me, sir. I'm just following orders." Rambus nodded. "No matter which side I'm on, I'll remember this favor and will definitely repay it in the future." "You don't have to be so polite, Your Majesty." Pari sighed. "Here's a piece of bad news. While we were fighting hard against the Abyss, the other two Abyss armies had already destroyed Kansas City and Shengmet City, and have now invaded the Lubo Kingdom. According to the analysis of the intelligence, the number of the Abyss armies is no less than the one we just faced." "What?" Rambus was shocked. The Abyss army was actually divided into 3 groups. It was laughable that she originally thought that the main force of the Abyss had been defeated. Kansas City and Shengmet City were cities in the northwest of the Ryo Empire, and the entire Ryo Empire had been destroyed by more than half. Miranda spoke up. "In the battle just now, we've already witnessed Your Majesty's bravery, but now is indeed not the time to show off. The number of Abyss armies is far greater than we imagined, and I suggest that Your Majesty quickly prepare to retreat from Vestian, not only for yourself, but also for the people of the capital." Rambus fell silent. She understood that Passari's words were actually very tactful. In the battle just now, almost all of Vestian's defenses and strength had been destroyed. If there was another attack like that, even with the help of the demon army, they would not be able to defend. However, if she retreated this time, the entire Ryo Empire would basically be destroyed. The Abyss monsters are too strong, and the strength of a country alone is no longer enough to fight against them, Pari said. "The only thing we can do now is to organize the people to retreat to the west of the continent as soon as possible, and then unite all of our forces to fight the Abyss to the death. As far as I know, White Cliff is also actively trying to destroy the Abyss army's nest and get rid of these monsters from the root, but we can no longer wait like this." Somewhat surprised by Passari's choice of words, Rambus asked, "We?" "This time, my and Miranda's mission is to protect Your Majesty before we completely defeat the Abyss. Before the mission is completed, we cannot return." Pari smiled bitterly. "To put it bluntly, we're just cannon fodder that was excluded and sent here to die." Rambus had also heard of the open and veiled strife between the 3 heads of the Holy Mountain of Light, so she did not ask further. Her mind seemed to recall Aduza's words in the hall, "As long as Your Majesty is alive, so is the Empire." Finally, she made up her mind. "Then let's retreat." Nightmare Volcano. In the sky where the diamond was located, several rays of blood-red light shone down, reflecting the surging torrent of flames on the ground. Quiriana sat on a blood-red throne, wearing a white robe, her eyes slightly closed. In the magma below this hillside were endless blood cocoons, and there were many abyssal hives that had already taken shape, constantly creating new blood cocoons. Among them, 2 huge blood cocoons were the most conspicuous, and countless crystal-clear abyssal flowers were condensed near these 2 huge blood cocoons, and there were many flowers floating around the magma. Quiriana's eyes slowly opened, and there was still a trace of a crack in her right eye. The huge blood cocoon on the left began to shake, and the outer layer began to peel off. Chapter 1233. Demon Realm, Dark Moon Residence. In the Super System, we lost 2/3 of the army. Chun Rue frowned slightly when he received the loss report of the ancient alchemy civilization army from Crystal Phoenix of the City of Stars for the first time. The ancient army sent this time was about 10% of the forces that the City of Stars could fight, excluding the gremlins. Their combat power was already quite strong, especially the Titan Legion led by Oceolus, which was a quarter of the total number of Titans in the Island of Storms and the Demon Realm. This time, the Titans also lost 300, which showed the intensity of the battle. The rescue this time was also a test. The soldiers of the ancient alchemy civilization were much stronger than ordinary demons or humans. Moreover, there was Crystal Phoenix, the control center that could not be violated. Although the soldiers had the corresponding wisdom and consciousness, they would not be routed like ordinary troops. The abyss was the same, but most of the monsters in the abyss only had combat instincts and no independent consciousness. In contrast, the creatures of the ancient alchemy civilization had more human nature, and the fluctuations of their combat power were also larger. In terms of the current strength of the two armies, the difference was not big, but don't forget that the ancient alchemy civilization was destroyed by the abyss. Judging from the last words left by the mad scientist Skywheel, the four ancient alchemy empires did not pay enough attention to the abyss at that time. They were still waging civil war when the abyss invaded. When they realized it, it was too late to regret. However, this was only from the perspective of the ancient alchemy civilization. Shinrue could analyze the terrifying strength of Quiriana that he had personally experienced and the contact battle of the alchemy creatures in the Blue Brilliance Empire. Even if the ancient alchemy civilization went all out, they were not the opponent of the abyss. Not only the high-end combat power of the three masters of the abyss, but the same was true for the abyssal creatures below. In terms of quality, the combat power of the ancient alchemy creatures in the level 5 and level 6 alchemy civilizations was not far from the abyssal creatures, but the biggest difference was the quantity. Due to Garadam's successful research on the Rule Energy Body, the performance of the City of Stars had been further improved. Although it had not reached the capital of a real level 6 civilization, the total amount of the alchemy army at Shinrue's hands had now exceeded the average level 5 civilization. There were 6 million gremlin servants, 3 million crystal beasts, 5 million lamp spirits, 300,000 assembled puppets, 30,000 giant crystal beasts, and 5,000 titans. Under the premise of sufficient rule bending energy, the success rate of super evolution was also increasing, and there were more and more super creatures. It could be said that the military force that Shinrue had at hand was already extremely terrifying, and he could unify the devil world and the human world with just his military force. However, in the face of the abyss, it was far from enough. Even if it became the capital of the ancient alchemy civilization, there was still a strict upper limit on the creatures that could be produced and controlled. Back then, the ancient alchemy civilization had the capital of the 4 universal civilizations, but it was still destroyed by the abyss. The number of the abyss could only be summed up in 2 words: endless. The destruction of countless planes had proven this point. The number of troops attacking the Ryo Empire was just a drop in the bucket. Even if Shinrue were to personally attack and eliminate those small fries, it would only be a waste of time and energy. There was only one way to completely destroy the power of the abyss, and that was to destroy the source. In other words, get rid of the 3 lords, and not I. At present, this was still a rather distant goal. In the last battle at the Silver Moon Immortal Capital, the 3 supreme angels, Rala and Shinrue, were almost annihilated even when they teamed up. With such a gap in strength, it was useless even with Satan and the others. However, if he did not try, impossible would never become possible. Fortunately, Quiriana was injured, and the other 2 Abyss Lords were nowhere to be seen. He must use this precious time to recover and enhance his strength as soon as possible. Perhaps this was the last chance. In order to resist the abyss, humans, demons, and the power of the ancient alchemy civilization in his hands must unite. What puzzled Shinrue was that the elemental king, Satan, and Benhong once called the abyss a curse thing. What is this curse? From the conversation between the veteran powerhouses of the Peak countries and Quiriana, it could be seen that the combat strength of the main plane should have been the strongest. For example, the 3 supreme angels all had combat strength of SSS+++. The other cultivator strength was also generally far beyond the current situation. But now, the 3 supreme angels were easily defeated by Quiriana even when they teamed up. There should only be one reason for such a huge difference in strength: the gods. Quiriana referred to the 3 supreme angels as servants who lost their master's protection and stray dogs. In that case, the reason why Michael and the entire mortal plane were weakened was because they lost their divine protection. In other words, the increase in divine power was due to them losing their divine protection. The reason for the god's death was probably because Lucifer had used the supreme key to open that eye in the void. And in Chun Rue's dream, that blood-red eye was formed from some existence that was besieged by a galaxy. The galaxy was likely the gods. In that case, what was the existence that transformed into the eye? What did it have to do with the abyss? Chinrue felt a little confused. But in the current situation, the most important thing was how to resist the attack of the abyss and reduce the loss of life, which also meant reducing the recovery speed of the abyss. Chinrue came back to his senses, looking at the people in the Galaxy Divinity Temple who had their eyes closed and were surrounded by the power of constellations. He didn't think anymore. He also closed his eyes and merged into the vast galaxy. Holy Mountain of Light. An emergency meeting was also held. The meeting was hosted by the three leaders, Pope Fendis, Saintess Eudora, and Patriarch Pusmer. The three Grand Cardinals, Judge Seuss, and the current Temple Master of the Tsang Thunder Temple, Gamundan, all participated in this meeting. It could be said that this was the highest meeting of the leaders below the super level of the Holy Mountain of Light. I had just received the information from the capital of the Blue Glory Empire. Rambis finally destroyed the invading army of the Abyss. Now she is organizing the army and civilians to evacuate to the west. The kingdom of Lubo is in danger. Fendis glanced at Eudora. What do you think, Your Holiness Eudora? Fendis was old, and he wouldn't be the Pope of Light for long. Eudora, who was on the side of Raphael, had now become the most powerful magnate in the Holy Mountain of Light. She was almost the next pope. According to the agreement between Michael and the other two, if one could become the pope, one of them would get more faith. As for the open and secret fights below, it was simply a fight between ants in the secular world, which was insignificant. What was more, the focus of the three supreme angels was on the abyss. After returning to the White Cliff, they immediately began to heal their wounds and prepare to deal with Quiriana. For such a trivial matter as changing the position of the Pope, they only said, decide by yourself. Fendis asked for Eudora's opinion as soon as he came up. His intention was self-evident. Eudora looked at everyone and said confidently, there are two things that must be done. First, the withdrawal of the church personnel to the west. The churches in the Ryo Empire, the Iron Gate Kingdom, and other places have been destroyed. The clergy and believers have suffered heavy losses. The power of the church must be transferred to a safe area as soon as possible. The second thing is to unite the amazing Royal Highness of the Demon Realm. I believe everyone knows his identity. At present, he is already in equal existence with Michael and Sir Raphael. He has formed an alliance with the three supreme angels in the Jinyao territory. As far as I know, the special army from the Demon Realm played a key role in the Blue Glory Empire's defense against the Abyss this time. Although the other party is the Demon Realm, in the face of a common enemy, uniting is the general trend. We should promote the process of this kind of uniting. For the Church, this kind of free cannon fodder is naturally more the better. Eudora's words almost said all that Fendis wanted to say, and her tone was not polite. Fendi smiled as if he didn't feel it. Your Holiness is right. Now the three supreme angels are in retreat in the Light Divinity Hall. We should deal with these things as soon as possible. Her Highness Eudora will be responsible for these two things. Everyone nodded. The Lord of the Tsang Thunder Palace, Gamundan, said, now the Ryo Empire only exists in name. In the Battle of Vestian, the Temple Knights and the Priest Legion have suffered heavy losses. Should we transfer Sir Pari and Miss Miranda back to White Cliff? Eudora glanced at Gamundan indifferently. Queen Rambise's prestige in the Ryo Empire is quite high. This time, she showed extraordinary courage in defending the capital. Although the Ryo Empire is temporarily destroyed, many subjects still escaped. In the future, Rambis will still be of great use. We must protect her safety. The reason why I reported to Lord Raphael and requested for Pari to be deployed as reinforcements and guards is also because of the Church's protection of the Holy Empire. I've even sent my only direct disciple, Miranda. Could it be that you still have some selfish motives? Jamadan shook his head and did not say anything more. In fact, everyone present knew that Pari had always been targeted and excluded by Eudora. This time, it was obvious that she was using her position to take revenge and wanted to use the abyss to eliminate her dissidents. However, Eudora had also sent Miranda out, which made him speechless. A sneer flashed across Eudora's face. Pari knew too many of her secrets. Some secrets could directly affect her ascension to the throne of the Pope. Although with Passari's character, he would not reveal them under normal circumstances, only a dead person was the safest. Therefore, in the name of righteousness, she requested Raphael's order to transfer Pari to support Vestian urgently. She also sent her own disciple, Miranda, to monitor him. She wanted to completely eradicate Pari. As for Miranda, she had already been forced to sign the contract. Compared with the position of the Pope, sacrificing a disciple was nothing. Okay, it's decided, Eudora said in a tough tone. Gamundin clenched his fists. At this moment, the knights of the Divine Hall outside hurriedly reported, "Sirs!" In the distant sky above the white cliff, the pure white clouds slowly turned into the color of blood. The color slowly spread towards the direction of Sacred Light City. Wherever it passed, it was plated with a layer of demonic blood red. Chapter 1234. At the peak of the Holy Mountain, in the Temple of Light. Michael, this sword formation of great light consumes too much power. My kingdom's power is almost depleted, and I need more power of faith to replenish it. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue. The one who said this was none other than the other peak fake god from the surface world, Lager, who had fought with Chinrue when the gate of the two realms appeared. Lager, don't push your luck. I've already given you 1/3 of the power of faith accumulated on the Holy Mountain. Isn't that enough? Michael raised his eyebrows and was about to lose his temper. After suffering a crushing defeat to Quiriana, Michael and the other two returned to the Holy Mountain with injuries. In order to deal with the powerful Quiriana, Michael found the sword formation of Great Light that the God of Light had left behind. The sword formation of Great Light was extremely powerful. Back in the War of the Gods, its name struck fear into the hearts of many. The problem was that the core of the formation was divine power. Since the gods had fallen, they could no longer obtain the protection of divine power. Even the barrier of the main plane formed by the gods was weakening year by year. It could only be maintained by sacrificing lives. Michael's plan was to use the power of faith and life condensed by the Book of Creation to barely replace it. Although its power would be greatly reduced, it would at least have a fighting chance. Lager was originally one of the oracles and had the talent to absorb, transfer, and instill faith. This time, the three angels invited Lager here to borrow his talent to complete the sword formation of Great Light and fight against Quiriana. Lager had wanted to join the Holy Mountain back then and get a share of the God of Light's faith. However, because of his greed, the three angels detested him, so he was rejected. Although Lager did not dare to fall out with them because of his inferior strength, he had always held a grudge. Now that the three angels had something to ask of him, they naturally took advantage of the situation and raised many excessive demands, including 1/3 of the power of faith that the Holy Mountain of Light had accumulated. Now, they even asked for more faith, which made the three angels burst with anger. Michael's eyes were filled with killing intent. Normally, he would have fallen out with them, but for the sword formation of Great Light, he could only temporarily hold back his anger. Gabriel sneered. Lager, don't be too greedy. We've already made an agreement, and even signed the contract long ago. At our level, we naturally understand that there are loopholes in contracts. Right now, I'm the one who has contributed the most, and I've even exceeded expectations. Naturally, I need to compensate you. Raquel glanced at Gabriel mockingly. Are you on the same level as us? Raphael was indeed an expert at attracting hatred. His words made Raquel's face turn red. Why don't you find someone else to do it? In any case, I'm all alone. I can't compare to your Church of Light, which has a huge business. Raquel knew that the Great Light Sword Formation couldn't do without him. If you continue to be so long-winded, we might as well break up. Gabriel said coldly, the destruction of the abyss is indiscriminate. If worst comes to worst, when Quiriana comes, everyone will be annihilated together. Raquel narrowed his eyes and looked at Michael, provoking him. Gabriel can represent you? Of course. Raphael beat him to it. The three of us have always been on the same side. Michael was already at the end of his patience. He looked at Raphael, then at Gabriel and nodded. Since you're so insistent, then let's tear up the contract. Raquel's eyes twitched. He only wanted to take the opportunity to bargain. If he really tore up the contract, the safety rules in the contract would also become invalid. Looking at the stance of the three, they would probably kill him immediately. This was their lair, and he had no confidence in escaping alive under the joint attack of the three angels. The Great Light Sword Formation has already been completed so much, and now you're telling me to give up? Raquel was extraordinarily thick-skinned. He said in a dignified manner, the most important thing now is to join hands to fight against the abyss. Put everything else aside. The three angels were very disdainful of Raquel's attitude, but now was not the time to be calculative. They had to complete the Great Light Sword Formation as soon as possible. Gabriel had purposely mocked Raquel, just now to knock him down a peg, not to really give up. At this moment, Michael suddenly sensed something. His figure swayed, and he disappeared on the spot. Michael was not the only one. The other three had also sensed something amiss, and they all left the Temple of Light one after another. Looking forward from the Holy Light Mountain, they could see a large patch of blood-red sky rapidly spreading toward Holy Light City. Abyss. Raphael's expression changed. The abyss, which was supposed to be wreaking havoc in the eastern part of the continent, had actually invaded the Holy Light Mountain. Could it be that Quiriana's injuries had healed so quickly? The previous battle in the Silver Moon Immortal Capital had made the three angels realize the gap between them and Quiriana. If the Great Light Sword Formation had been completed, they might have been able to put up a fight. However, the Great Light Sword Formation was not yet complete. White Cliff was the base camp of the Church of Light. It had stood in the world for many years, and no one could shake it. This was not only because of their faith and deterrence, but also because of their strength. Perhaps they had to thank Chun Rue and Ben Hong. After the few times they had broken into the Holy Light Mountain, their defenses had been strengthened by several times. Now, whenever they encountered a situation, their reaction speed was extremely fast. This was especially so after Michael issued the highest state of alert and all defenses were activated. The originally spacious streets now had many fortress-like iron gates, and the seemingly decorative pillars on both sides had turned into magic formation towers that could attack any approaching enemies. Holy Light City, which relied on the Holy Light Mountain, had also become a heavily armed city. All of the Radiant Knights, judges, and the Holy Light Knights under the jurisdiction of the three peaks were quickly mobilized and assembled. The speed of the blood-red clouds gradually slowed down, but the iron gates began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. The magic formation towers, which were constantly activated, were also rapidly collapsing. All of this was caused by an endless tide of blood-red creatures. Everything in their way, be it the Radiant Knights or the buildings, was drowned in this blood-red flood. When the last iron gate was reached, countless flashing white meteors descended from the sky, and the flood at the forefront was engulfed by the meteors. Several flames and sword lights flew out from the rear of the blood-red army, trying to resist the meteors, but the flames were instantly extinguished by the meteors. Only the sword lights managed to resist, but still could not stop the falling meteors. This was no longer an ordinary light magic, luminous meteors, but a killer move that contained the power of a peak demigod, Star Judgment. The origin of the meteors was a silver spear engraved with simple patterns. It was held in the hand of an 8-winged angel in the sky. It was the strongest demigod camel. The light of the spear of judgment grew brighter and brighter. Even the elite abyssal lords could not withstand it, and were turned into ashes by the falling meteors. The power of Star Judgment was astonishing. All the abyssal creatures that approached were annihilated, but it consumed a lot of power. After a while, Camel began to feel a little tired. However, the rhythm of the flood did not change at all, as if they did not know that death was in front of them. They kept advancing, including the abyssal lords who caused the most pressure. The entire abyssal army seemed endless and did not diminish at all. Some crystal objects appeared in the flood of abyssal creatures. Upon closer inspection, they were duo crimson crystal flowers, emitting a demonic, bloody color. Flowers of abyss. These flowers exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. In the bloody mist, the monsters all changed. The skinny gap demons became extremely strong, and the bone spikes of the violent demons doubled in length. These changes were not only superficial, but also brought a leap in power. Among the dazzling stars, the originally weak sword light became fierce. As several sword auras crisscrossed, the Star Judgment was actually torn apart. The abyssal army was like a flood that had opened the floodgates. In an instant, they had already surged through the last iron gate and rushed in the direction of Holy Light City. Camel could not stop them in time and was surrounded by flying sword auras. The elite abyssal lords that had been strengthened by the flowers of abyss gave Camel a sense of danger. He forcefully suppressed the backlash from the collapse of his ultimate move and shook the spear in his hand to deflect the attacking sword auras. Then, he pierced through the chest of the abyssal lord at the front. In the past, even an elite lord of the abyss would have been annihilated by this attack. Now, however, the lord of the abyss only roared angrily and continued to charge forward fearlessly, ignoring the huge hole in its chest. Camel did not dare to be careless. He flashed and appeared at the side of the abyssal lord. With a precise sweep of the spear, he smashed the abyssal lord's wound from the side. Finally, the abyssal lord could not take it anymore, and its body was torn into pieces. Camel looked at the large number of abyssal lords and fiery sorceresses in front of him. He waved his hand, and a group of angels appeared in the air behind him. There were 6-winged, 4-winged, and 2-winged angels, and they faced the enemies. Without the air resistance, the abyssal army on the ground quickly approached Holy Light City. At this moment, a cold snort sounded in everyone's heart. Then they saw a sun-like radiance appear on the Holy Light Mountain, illuminating the entire white cliff. Wherever the radiance went, all the blood-red color turned into particles and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red color disappeared like a receding tide. When the sunlight gradually disappeared, all the blood-red color and the terrifying, suffocating feeling disappeared. Even the opponents of Camel and the others in the air were turned into ashes. The Radiant Knights and the believers of Holy Light City knew that it must have been the 3 supreme angels who had made a move. All of them cheered, and their morale was greatly boosted. However, the blood-red color didn't disappear completely. Since the starting point, it made a comeback, and it was still as fierce and endless as before. On the Holy Mountain, Raphael pointed his silver staff forward. He was about to attack again when he was stopped by Michael. "There's no way to kill all these small fries. Don't waste your energy for nothing. The real enemy—" "It's already appeared," Gabriel finished. His silver-red eyes, which had been closed all this time, had already opened. In the blood-red clouds in the sky behind the abyssal army, a pair of eyes vaguely appeared. This pair of eyes had a strange power. Just one look at them would make one's soul tremble irresistibly. It was as if all the strength and courage had disappeared and only fear was left. The blood-red clouds became thinner and thinner, as if they were being absorbed by something on the ground. Scorching lava flowed on the ground. Countless sparkling and translucent blood-red light flashed in the lava, and countless flowers of the abyss flowed out. In the center of the crystalline light, a figure gradually became clearer. This was the body of a man. He had a handsome appearance, long purplish-green hair, a slender figure and pointy ears. His pupils flickered with a demonic blood-red color. "Sosbach, the ruler of terror," Michael said in a low voice, and he clenched the holy cross sword in his hand. Chapter 1235. As soon as Sosbach appeared, the cheers of the holy mountain of light stopped abruptly. Everyone felt an inexplicable pressure in their hearts. Their throats seemed to be stuck, and it was extremely difficult for them to even speak. Under this invisible pressure, an inexplicable fear grew in everyone's heart. The handsome man revealed a weird smile and walked into the sky step by step, as if there were invisible stairs under his feet. The army of the abyss also stopped. The violent monsters suddenly became extremely quiet, but in the hearts of the people of the church, the pressure was even greater than before. It was like the calm before the storm. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael appeared in the sky at the same time. Raphael did not follow them, but only watched the battle from afar. "Sosbach!" Mijah, Lai's gaze locked onto this oppressive enemy. "You're alone? Where's Quiriana? Do you think I need Quiliana to deal with these minions?" Sosbach's smile was a bit more disdainful. "Hand over the book of creation, and maybe I can grant you to become slaves of the abyss." "Book of creation," Raphael said coldly. "You will have the chance to see it at the last moment of your life." Sosbach shook his head. "Ignorant weaklings are fearless. Don't you realize how weak you are? Cut the crap. Since we're here, let's fight to the death," Gabriel said in a deep voice, and the holy song sword emitted a powerful sharpness. The three angels were connected, and the power of the kingdom that had been brewing burst out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the kingdoms had merged together, and the resonance they emitted was like the ravings of the ancient gods. Among the three lords of the abyss, the hate Lord Quiriana was the strongest. Although the fear Lord Sosbach was not as strong as Quiriana, he ranked second and was stronger than the despair Lord Delothro. The three angels had already felt the terrible aura coming from Sosbach, so they used the strongest joint attack, the Oracle Circle, right from the start. Sosbach, who was trapped by the Oracle formation, did not panic. Instead, a blood-colored mist rose from his body. This mist expanded rapidly, as if it was going to burst the kingdom power of the Oracle formation. Suddenly, Sosbach's sneer froze. That was because the mist had stopped expanding and was even shrinking rapidly. A huge pressure came over. Not only did he fail to destroy the other party's kingdom, but he was also suppressed instead. Sosbach could not help but be slightly surprised. It seemed that the strength of the three supreme angels was not as weak as he had imagined. This was the home field of the holy mountain of light. Not only did the Oracle formation combine the kingdoms of the three pinnacle false gods, but it also gathered the immense power of faith of the entire Church of Light. The three supreme angels exhausted their entire life's efforts, not hesitating to deceive the heavens and cross the sea, using the name of the light god to steal faith in order to achieve godhood. Gabriel even went to the Black Prison Desert and established a desert goddess in the name of Tessaniel. Unfortunately, she could not really absorb and use the power of faith. Even if the utilization rate was extremely low, the accumulated power of faith was extremely shocking. Therefore, the power of the Oracle formation that the three supreme angels used in their home field was far more powerful than when they faced Quiriana. Sinners who have lost their way, accept the guidance of the light of cleansing. The voices of the three angels resounded in the holy mountain of light at the same time. They immediately released the killer move of the oracle formation, the light of cleansing. A huge halo appeared around Sosbach, containing the supreme essence of the universe and stars. In an instant, the power of the entire holy mountain of light was concentrated in this halo. The blood-colored mist lingering around Sosbach was sucked in by this halo, and it could not play any role. The halo shrank bit by bit. Sosbach clearly felt the danger, and the contempt on his face disappeared. His fists turned into countless afterimages as he punched toward the halo. The halo trembled slightly, but it did not change and continued to shrink. Traces of cracks began to appear on Sosbach's face and body, and within the cracks, blood could vaguely be seen. In the distance, Raquel's eyes lit up. The combat power of the three supreme angels was too shocking. They had actually reached this level. As long as Sosbach died, the abyssal army attacking White Cliff would naturally disappear. Fortunately, he did not shed all pretenses of cordiality before. At this moment, Sosbach shouted and his body changed. The pupils of his blood-red eyes turned dark green, and sharp horns grew on his head. His muscles rapidly expanded, and his thin body became incomparably strong. Sharp bone spurs appeared on his back, and the sinister exoskeleton covering his entire body was like a natural armor. He continued to wave his fists. This punch landed on the white halo, but the halo did not tremble like before. Instead, everyone's heart trembled. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The speed was not fast, but it was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart. Those with ordinary power were fine, but Camel and the other super angels all revealed pained expressions and clutched their chests. Ligel and the 3 supreme angels were in even worse pain. Ligel's face was deathly pale, and the ones who suffered the heaviest damage were the 3 supreme angels who had used the light of cleansing. The light around their bodies dimmed, and their facial features were bleeding. Sosbach stopped punching and calmly walked out of the light of purification halo. With every step he took, the halo behind him trembled even more violently. Bang! The halo finally collapsed, and at the same time, the entire oracle array collapsed. The 3 angels flew backward as if they were struck by lightning and fell from the sky. Such a petty trick actually took me 10 punches, but it's a pity that the faith I gathered was wasted. Sosbach shook his head, as if he had just completed a trivial matter. Raquel, who was in the air, felt a chill in his heart. If it were Raquel himself, he would not have been able to withstand a single blow from the 3 angels' united kingdom. Yet it completely collapsed under Sosbach's 10 punches. The scene of Michael and the others being defeated caused shock and fear in the Church of Light below. The 3 supreme angels, who had always been high and mighty, second only to the God of Light, were actually defeated by the leader of the Abyss army. Sosbach took a deep breath, as if he was enjoying the feeling of fear. His green pupils deepened. It's a wonderful feeling. As a reward, I will grant you even deeper fear. With that, the Abyss army, which had been quiet all this time, began to move. They surged forward in a frenzy, and Holy Light City immediately fell into panic. 3 beams of light slowly rose into the air again. They were the 3 supreme angels. The armor of faith on their bodies cracked, and a large amount of blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. Casting the light of cleansing had cost them a lot, and now that the oracle formation had been destroyed, the 3 of them had suffered serious injuries. We can only use that move. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael looked at each other. Then his gaze fell on Raquel. Raquel, if you want to live, you have to give it your all. Raquel understood Michael's meaning. He gritted his teeth, and his body emitted waves of cold air. Ripples of aura rippled out. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael appeared beside Raquel. The Holy Cross sword, the silver staff, and the Holy Melody sword were placed together. They flashed with pure white light, and the purest and most powerful aura was emitted. It fused with the cold air and condensed into a huge crystal. The Book of Creation. Sasbak immediately sensed the aura of the origin of creation, using your own life force to fuse with the creation vessel. Stupid thing. The crystal shone brightly, and the surrounding light quickly began to dim. It seemed that all the power in the world was gathered here. Sasbak didn't care about the four of them. He waved his claws and said disdainfully, "Don't you understand? The true extreme of the origin can also restrain and promote each other. It's useless to use the book of creation to restrain me." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of rays of light with unparalleled sharpness whizzed toward Sasbak at an incomparably fast speed. Sasbak stretched out his right palm and faced it. With his palm as the center, a faint, blood-colored barrier appeared. The rays of light hit the blood-colored barrier like snowflakes falling on a flame, dissipating one after another. However, the blood-colored barrier didn't completely dissipate the rays of light. A ray of light penetrated the barrier like lightning and swept past Sasbak's face, leaving a sword-like scratch. A drop of green blood flowed out of the wound and slid down. Sasbak's green pupils constricted slightly. This was the first time he was truly injured since the battle. Even though it was a minor injury, it was still an injury. Then, more rays of light penetrated the blood-colored barrier. The speed and sharpness of these rays were extremely shocking. In an instant, many wounds appeared on Sasbak's body. Sasbak didn't expect that the opponent's power could actually break through his defense. In shock and anger, he waved his claws, and a blood cloud containing terrifying power flew directly toward the crystal formation formed by the four of them. The light emitted by the crystal pierced the blood cloud with thousands of holes. In an instant, the light merged into one and turned into a huge sword. When the sword collided with the blood cloud, it was as if it had encountered the sharpest weapon and was torn apart. After the huge sword pierced through the blood cloud, its momentum didn't decrease. It flew straight toward Sasbak. Sasbak was caught off guard and was pierced by the sword. His entire body was instantly torn apart, and the huge sword gradually disappeared. Michael and the others were excited, but soon their expressions became solemn again. That was because the split was just an illusion. The real Sasbak had already appeared in another direction. This isn't a pure power of creation attack, but the sword formation of great light. Sasbak finally understood. You only realized it now? At least you can understand why you died. Michael sneered, and the crystal formation began to shine brightly again. Shameless boasting. Sasbak shook his head indifferently. It's just an incomplete sword formation of great light. It's strong in offense but weak in defense. Even in its complete state, it can't unleash its true power without the support of divine power. Sasbak indeed had amazing eyesight. He could see the weakness of the sword formation of great light at a glance. Michael and the others didn't get distracted because of this. Then, the power of faith condensed by the book of creation quickly began to condense. Although the killing blow of the sword formation had missed, it could be seen from Sasbak's dodging that he expressed considerable fear of this sword. Moreover, the sword light from before had also caused him minor injuries. In the next attack, they must completely kill Sasbak. Despair is Delocero's favorite trick. Unfortunately, he's not here. Then, let me completely kill your hope. As he spoke, a crimson bow appeared in Sasbak's hand. He slowly pulled it open. There were no arrows on the bow, but the invisible force that was constantly gathering was getting more and more terrifying. It had already faintly condensed into an energy arrow emitting a fierce light. Seeing this bow, Raphael couldn't help but blurt out, "One of the 3 elven bows, flame bow!" Chapter 1236. Michael and the others were all knowledgeable. They were slightly surprised when they heard Raphael mention the crimson bow. The 3 elven bows were the treasures of the elves. They were all artifacts. It was said that they were the weapons used by the Moonlight Goddess. The Moonlight Cloud bow was the leader, and the other two bows were the Mystic Moon Bow and the Crimson Flame Bow. The Mystic Moon Bow was severely damaged during the War of the Gods, and its power was greatly reduced. During the chaos of the elves 20,000 years ago, in order to seal the power of the abyss, the elven king, Span, used his own life as a medium and overdrew the power of the Mystic Moon Bow to seal the abyss temporarily. The Mystic Moon Bow lost almost all its power, but it was kept as a symbol. The Mystic Moon Bow could gather the power of moonlight to attack. The Crimson Flame Bow could shoot the power of flames, and the Moonlight Cloud Bow was the strongest, able to transform and shoot the arrow of faith. The Mystic Moon Bow only existed in name. The Moonlight Cloud Bow had been passed down as a token of the Elven Queens, and the Crimson Flame Bow had disappeared decades ago. It was unexpected that it would appear in the hands of the Fear Dominator. The three supreme angels and Raquel understood another thing at the same time. The three elven bows could only be activated with the power of the elves' bloodline. Sasbak's appearance before he transformed was clearly a half-elf, which might be one of the reasons why he deliberately chose the half-elf body. It was just the Crimson Flame Bow. After countless lives and destruction, it can now be called the Abyss Bow. Sasbak's smile became more and more devilish, and the previous wounds had all disappeared. Although his tone was casual, his eyes were solemn. Obviously, this arrow was not to be trifled with. The power of destruction gathered on the Crimson Flame Bow was getting stronger and stronger. Before it was released, the surrounding space had already become a vacuum under the brewing of the terrifying power. Michael and the other three were also like arrows on the bowstring. Under the activation of the Book of Creation, the power of the Great Light Sword Formation had been raised to the peak, and its power was even greater than before. Once again, tens of thousands of sharp sword lights converged into one, forming an incomparably sharp giant sword that pierced toward Sasbak. Contrary to the power of the Crimson Flame Bow, the surrounding space did not distort. Instead, it was solidified by the sword chi. Everything in the world had become this sword. Sasbak didn't dodge. Instead, his green eyes were filled with sharpness, and he suddenly released the bowstring that had been taut all this time. A blood-red stream of light shot out, shattering the void along the way. Both attacks were as fast as lightning. From afar, it looked like a snow-white greatsword and a blood-red line collided. The two completely different solidified and shattered space also intersected. At the last moment of contact, the spectators felt their vision suddenly slow down. Then, the entire world began to tremble violently. The earth quaked, the mountains swayed, and space shattered. Everyone's consciousness went blank. Many of their consciousnesses were directly annihilated by the trembling. After a long while, the trembling finally stopped. The blood-red abyssal army that was charging at them from behind had been vaporized by the terrifying shockwaves from the collision just now. The mountains had been razed to the ground, and Holy Light City, which was covered in defensive barriers, had almost completely collapsed. The city walls and buildings had all collapsed. If it weren't for the three main peaks of the Holy Mountain of Light connecting the power of faith with Holy Light City, the entire Holy Light City would have long been pulverized. A rumbling sound could be heard coming from behind Holy Light City. The highest symbol of the Church of Light, the Holy Mountain of Light, had actually collapsed in half. The torrent of the abyss was endless, and it soon began to spread again. On the other hand, Holy Light City not only suffered heavy casualties, but even the most important barrier had been destroyed. The situation was very bad. In the sky, both sides were still facing each other. Sasbak slowly put down the Crimson Flame Bow. Affected by this action, the exoskeleton armor wrapped around Sasbak's body showed a few cracks. Countless small wounds appeared on his face and body, and dark green blood seeped out. The corners of Sasbak's mouth curled up slightly. He saw the crystals of the Great Light Sword Formation tremble before suddenly turning into countless sparkling powder and dissipating without a trace. The great light sword formation was broken. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael were like kites with their strings cut. They fell to the ground, and their auras had already fallen to the lowest point. They had basically lost their combat strength. The expressions and eyes of the three of them were filled with despair. The great light sword formation, which had been formed by the combined power of the four of them, had actually been destroyed by a single arrow from Sausback. Unlike the fall of the three supreme angels, Raquel was sent flying after the great light sword formation collapsed. It seemed like he had been hit by the huge recoil from the crimson flame bow, but he had actually borrowed the recoil to fly away, wanting to escape this dangerous battlefield. Sausback looked at the three supreme angels on the ground, but he didn't kill them immediately. Instead, his figure flickered, and he chased after Raquel. That sword attack from the great light sword formation just now was extraordinary. Although it had been destroyed by his arrow, he had felt a real threat. There was another key factor here, and that was that the great light sword formation wasn't complete. If it had been the sword formation at its peak, even with the crimson flame bow, it would be hard to say who would be the winner. Now that the three supreme angels were heavily injured and their powers had collapsed, they were no longer a threat. Instead, it was this Raquel who was clearly the core of the great light sword formation. He had to be eliminated first to prevent future troubles. As Raquel borrowed the recoil to fly away, a blue light appeared beside him, and he had already entered the spatial door. Originally, the barrier of the Holy Light Mountain was extremely powerful, and ordinary spatial doors wouldn't be able to open them. However, after that earth-shattering attack, just now, the barrier's power had been greatly weakened, and the direction that Raquel was escaping towards was the weakest part of the barrier. Suddenly, Raquel felt the space around him solidify, and his entire body was pulled back by a huge force. He had actually returned to the Holy Light Mountain through the spatial door. Raquel was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. He heard the voice that he was most afraid of ringing out behind him. "You can escape." Raquel turned around, trembling, and saw Sausback floating in the air behind him. His face had already returned to its original state, and the cracks on his armor had automatically healed. Clearly, he hadn't suffered any real injuries. As the core of the Great Light sword formation, you actually still have so much energy left. So you've been planning to escape since the beginning. If you go all out, you might be able to make me expend more energy. Sausback's devilish smile made Raquel break out in a cold sweat. Thoughts flashing through his mind, he hurriedly said, "I'm willing to submit to you, my lord, and become a servant of the abyss." At this time, in order to save his life, Raquel didn't care about anything else. "Oh!" Sausback looked at Raquel playfully and nodded. "That's right. I seem to have said something like this at the beginning." "All right, I accept your submission." Raquel secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly alarmed. Before he could dodge, he felt his neck tighten, and Sausback's claws had already grabbed him tightly. "Spare me, my lord. I'm sincerely submitting." Raquel was shocked and hurriedly explained. "So what?" Sausback's claws slowly tightened. Raquel clearly felt the threat of death and was greatly shocked. He struggled to open his mouth. "My lord, didn't you say—" That was before the battle. "Now the preferential treatment is over." Sausback's smile became more and more cruel. He suddenly exerted force, and Lager felt that his kingdom's power that was protecting him was instantly destroyed. He was scared out of his wits, and before he could even beg for mercy, his whole body suddenly exploded. On the ground, just as Sausback was chasing Raquel, Gabriel used the Holy Hymn's sword to support her body and slowly stood up. Half of her silver wings were broken, and she was covered in blood. She took a deep breath, and as if she had made up her mind, a ball of faint white light appeared in her hand, emanating the aura of the origin of creation. "Michael, Raphael, fuse your creation vessel and book of creation." Michael also stood up and after hearing Gabriel's words, he immediately understood. "Don't tell me you want to. One person dying is better than 3. Gabriel's silver and red pupils revealed a resolute light as she said indifferently. This indifference, with a calm determination. Raphael was originally panting heavily, but when he heard this, he was suddenly shocked. "The 3 of us have survived the 2 battles of the gods. I didn't expect this day to come." Michael smiled bitterly, and the same white light appeared in his hand, but he did not extend it in front of Gabriel. "If this is to be done, it should be me, the archangel. You don't have to fight with me, because this is my choice." When Gabriel said the word choice, her heart seemed to overlap with another shadow, and her blood-stained face looked more peaceful. "Moreover, you are different from me. You still have persistence. I have already." Tashaneel. Raphael clenched his fists, and his nails that had sunk into his flesh were already bleeding. "Call me Gabriel." Gabriel glanced at Raphael. "Live." Raphael's body trembled violently. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say it. Step by step he walked to Gabriel's side, and a ball of white light appeared in his hand. It was 1/3 of the creation vessel and a page of the book of creation. The 2 balls of white light of the same origin quickly fused together. At this moment, Raphael's hand moved, and his knife-like palm heavily cut the back of Gabriel's neck. Gabriel did not expect Raphael to attack him at this time. In addition, he was seriously injured and his defense was at its weakest, so he immediately fainted. Raphael embraced Gabriel's limp body, and with the other hand controlling the fused book of creation, he shouted, "Michael!" The change just now was completely beyond Michael's expectations, and he could not stop it in time. He exclaimed, "Raphael, you." Raphael shook his head. "We don't have much time left. If we hesitate any longer, we won't even have someone to take revenge on." Michael took the fainted Gabriel and looked deeply at Raphael, as if meeting this companion for the first time. He also fused his creation vessel and book of creation into Raphael's hands. Raphael looked at Gabriel in Michael's arms, and an unknown light flashed in his eyes. "Let's go." Michael did not hesitate. The golden wings on his back burned, and he turned into a white light with Gabriel in his arms. With the last of his strength, he flew backward. At such a rapid speed, some kind of distortion occurred in the space, and Michael's figure also began to distort and blur. Sosbach, who had just killed Raphael, immediately felt the abnormality in the space. He was not surprised that the 3 supreme angels had escaped. He sneered, "Under my watch, you still want to escape." With the strength of Michael and the other 2, even if they were not injured, he was confident that he could catch up, let alone in this situation. Raphael was the best example. Sosbach was about to give chase when he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger, as if he was locked on by some terrifying power. If he acted rashly, this power that even he was afraid of would completely erupt. The source of this feeling was the figure emitting white light on the ground. It was actually Raphael. "You used your life force to destroy the book of creation and the entire holy mountain of light." After Sosbach sensed Raphael's intentions, he turned into a bloody light without hesitation and rushed towards Raphael. I used to laugh at Ben Hong for being fettered by meaningless emotions. Raphael did not look at Sosbach and only whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Actually, that is what I truly desire." Before he finished speaking, his entire figure completely turned into white light, and the light of returning to the origin instantly filled the entire white cliff.